1 second, let us catch up with you.
Are we ready?
Just a second. Yes, sir.
Good morning and welcome to the March 16th council meeting of Volusia County. At this point, we will have public participation. I have 2 individuals who have filled out a card wishing to share. I now have 3 who are wishing to share with us. So if Robert Money will come and give us your name, address, and tell us what's on your mind. You'll have 3 minutes to address. Right
here?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Robert Money. I reside at 229 Oakley Drive in DeLand. I'm here today because I need to tell my disturbing story. I was drawn to Volusia County 10 years ago by low property values. I told Sheriff Ben F. Johnson in his intimidation phone call to me that I discovered the county was lagging the rest of the state due to corruption. He cringed. 8 years of trying to get his attention, only after actively soliciting a candidate to depose him did I get a reaction. I was forced to take legal action against one of the criminal property owners encircling my business property. Melinda Smith, harboring the career criminal Flavel Jones. It caused her financial collapse, which allowed the drug dealing network to acquire the property. Blockbusting is the criminal act of causing devaluation of property to acquire it. I believe it is their intent for my property. The massive organized crime, drug trafficking network operating through high-ranking officials, the narcotics unit, and a good old boy group have victimized this county for far too long. They put their children through college by poisoning and killing the children of others with their drug trafficking and racketeering. Their strategy against me has been to wear me down, stress me, incite me, cause me to act out. Then they portray me as a lunatic. At the same time, they work to criminalize me by phone tap, helicopter harassment, and bait me. Police documents and statements defame me. I wondered how Ben F. Johnson was able to sustain this for so long. Then I realized he not only employed law enforcement, but the criminals as well. Only the mention of his name caused people to cower in fear. In my meeting with FBI Daytona, Agent Rob Corley cited it unlikely this many people would be involved without being exposed by the media. The President of the United States gets scrutinized in negative reporting. President Donald Trump said in his Melbourne, Florida speech last month, quote, "The media are part of the corruption." Perhaps the president should marry a high-profile reporter, as Sheriff Johnson wisely did. I was unimpressed with Daytona FBI, to say the least.
Thank you, Robert. Your 3 minutes is up. We appreciate you sharing that with us.
Well, it's a long story, and I'm in federal court, and I am suing the county and Sheriff Ben F. Johnson.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Paoletti. Steve? State your name and address for the record. And
yes, thank you. My name is
Sure.
Steve Paletti, 301 Mission Drive, New Smyrna Beach, Florida. 32170 is my zip code. And I'm here today because I've exhausted all my other options. I have audio and paper evidence of several officers with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office engaging in perjury, misconduct, harassment of myself, and violation of their own policy and procedure. As I stated, several officers, to include an internal where she perjures herself, captain, former chief deputy, a captain, and then period, and then former chief deputy Eric Dietrich. I've since learned he received a demotion. All of this misconduct began with a 3-page complaint I forwarded to the internal affairs, the division of the county, and it was dismissed. A 3-page factual complaint supported by the sheriff's own documentation. The evidence I have is far too much for me to share here. And on and off over the course of 3 years, the most progress I received was a February 20th of this year, a meeting with Chitwood. Now, he felt it necessary to meet with me, although he did state that he's not going to have his investigators research this matter again, because the same investigators who dismissed me, it just doesn't make sense for them to investigate the same issue again. An independent investigator has to look into it. I was told to contact FDLE. I did. They said that they cannot help me because it's not criminal. I've contacted the state attorney's office. They had suggested I come here and talk to you. Now, for the record, I'm a resident of Volusia County for 15 years, and I'm a state licensed private investigator. I used to be a law enforcement officer. Harassment, misconduct, I just want it to stop. Not one officer has been disciplined in any manner. Not one. And again, I have paper evidence, I have audio evidence. And I'm not sure exactly, I do have about 15 seconds left. I'm pretty much done. And again, I would really like to meet with somebody outside of this room in order to share what I have, because again, it's just far too much to go through in 3 minutes.
Okay. Steve, thank you. And not being a legal person or a person who handles this type of situation, I don't know how I could advise you on where to go. It seems like you have gone through whatever steps that I would be aware of, and I would think maybe drop us a note or something, and an email, and see if someone can help and follow up. So thank you very much.
Could you just be more specific? Drop who an email? Because
You've got the council. I'm sure there's someone here that maybe could help you.
sure.
All of us are listed in the website.
Okay.
So drop an email,
Great.
express that. You've done it here. It's on the record, and let's see if something can happen there. I don't know, so I'm at a loss as well. So thank you very much.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Phyllis? Butland?
Butland, yes.
Butland.
I answer to it all. Phyllis Butland, 144 Verde Way, DeBary, Florida, 32713. Good, happy Thursday, everybody. I'm here today on behalf of the Relay for Life of West Volusia. I am the event lead.
Could you start the clock, please?
I
Thank you.
promise I won't take 3 minutes.
She was just going to give you, you're not
Unlimited.
You're
I
not even
love
going
it.
to take
It's
3
great.
minutes, I bet.
Okay, I'm from DeBary. We don't have limits. The Relay for Life of West Volusia has an event at Gemini Springs on April 8th. This is our 6th year, I believe, that we're doing it. And we are asking for an extension of your hours at the park. The event is from 12 o'clock in the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night.
Have you not made an application through
Yes.
here?
We've
Staff?
done all that. Everything is done. We just need to come before you, and we do this every year, to come before you to ask for extension of the hours.
Okay, well, I think that all of that should be in the works through our,
Parks Department.
right.
Well, we are always requested to come here and ask permission for that. If you tell me I'm a blanket person after 6 years, I don't have to come before you, I'm not a problem.
I would tell you from my standpoint, if I were you and I had an application in through the Parks and Recreation, I wouldn't come here at 8:30 in the morning to ask for it, unless there's a reason you have to. And maybe, Dan, would you, usually we don't take this,
I've done this for this is my 6th year. So unless policies have changed,
they have changed or not?
this is normal. That's why I'm here.
Okay, you've asked us. It's on the record, it's in the process.
Okay.
Not sure.
The other, I don't know, Tim Bailey's aware of it, and that's why I come here. The other thing I'm asking for, I don't know how, after this cold spout, how bad the mosquitoes will be. I know you guys usually spray before a big event. We have 32 teams coming out there. Mr. Lowry's been there last year. We have 32 teams coming out, approximately 500 to 600 people throughout the day, in and out. So thousands of people will be there, if we can get that taken care of.
Sure.
And I've already mentioned that with Tim.
What's the date again?
April 8th.
Okay, I'll be there.
And formal invitations are going out this week, so we just did that yesterday.
It makes us all aware, but I
Yes.
would think that we would have notice of that through correspondence from the Parks and Recreation. But thank you for doing that. It's always important. It's a great event. I'm sure it's timed with some of the others around the country or not. Is this
Some of
part
it are, it depends on the time of year. Like up north, they won't do it in April, they'll do it in
Well,
June,
they don't want to
July.
run through the snow.
Yeah, so, thank you very much for your time.
Well, thank you. Are there any other cards?
No, sir.
Okay. Hearing none, we will continue public participation at the end of the regular meeting, and at that, now we will stand adjourned from this point.
Or not.
No, I'm just waiting for everyone to get here. This is your 1-minute warning. This is your 1-minute warning.
Time for long pass.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Marcy, you ready?
Yes, sir.
Council's ready? Good morning. Welcome to the March 15th. Is it 15th? Okay.
16, March 16.
I'm just reading from the program.
It says revised 15.
I thought it was the 16th. Welcome to the March 16th County Council meeting, and hope you all enjoyed your trip here this morning. Those of you who have heaters in your cars, I'm sure you got to use those. Those who have long coats and wool coats, and you got to use those. No scraping of windows, although I did see frost, a little bit of frost on the way. With that,
No frost in this morning.
that's because you're so close to the coast that it just doesn't do.
Water heater over there.
Brag, 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 brag.
Warm in New Smyrna, just saying.
At this time, we'll ask you to stand for the invocation given by Reverend Rabbi Silverman of the Temple Israel of DeLand, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, County Chair. Honored council members and honored guests here today, everyone. Greetings on this fine morning from the membership of Temple Israel of DeLand. We are thankful to all of you for the work you do to govern our larger community with wisdom and discernment. As we thank God for the blessings of the lives we have today, I am reminded of words from Psalm 34. Come, my children, and listen carefully. Who is eager for life? Who desires years of good fortune? Guard your tongue from evil and your lips from deceitful speech. Shun evil and do good. Seek peaceful harmony and pursue it. Ladies and gentlemen, let us pray. God of the universe, please bless us this day with hearts and souls that are filled with ways to solve our issues. In the universe, help us this day to do our best and let our higher powers do the rest. To that we say, Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Wheeler? Ms. Cusack?
Here?
Ms. Denny's?
Here.
Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson?
Here.
Ms. Post?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. At this time, we'll move to comments on the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council who wishes to comment on any item? Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of items just to make a quick comment on. Donna? This will be on item D and item E.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna DeMarsh Butler, Community Services Director. I spoke with you in one-on-ones on our LIHEAP contract. We are receiving additional $38,404 for a total this year for us to expend of $1.4 million. It's estimated that we will be able to help 3,275 families. This assistance keeps folks in their home, keeps the air conditioning or the heating going, so it's a really needed funding source in our community. In addition, we have been following the federal news and just wanted to keep you apprised that it appears that the new presidential budget is planning to eliminate the CDBG funds and home funds, possibly LIHEAP, these funds, as well as CSBG, at least taking it down some, and also our Section 8 funds. So just wanted to keep you aware, we'll be coming back with a white paper that'll do a projected analysis of what the worst-case scenario could be for our community, just to keep you apprised, and then
Miss-
we've already...
Mr. Chair and council members, what we will do is, that historically, we've done this in the past, but now that there's a more radical change potentially at the White House and for the federal government, is that while we don't want to scare anybody, we will make sure that we understand the legislation, and hopefully we'll see how it changes, but we have to have a backup plan so that we never get sort of behind the eight ball, because some of this stuff could really affect people, directly. So what Donna's responsibility is to make sure that we understand it as best we can, and also start crafting a backup plan just in case.
Right. Thank you.
And then on item E, it is our application for fine dollars for our Lemon Bluff project that's received ECHO dollars. And we just want you to know that it's going to be coming out in the community in the very near future for a community meeting. So we wanted your blessing first, and to let you know that it would be taking place in a community meeting. So that's those two items.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item T has been withdrawn. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda absent item T?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Wheeler, second by Ms. Post. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I did push my little button over here on item D. I did want to make a quick comment regarding
Absolutely.
the CDBG money, because the smaller cities that I have in my district are really concerned about losing the CDBG money. They count on it for a lot of their little projects, so I hopefully we'll see what happens there. But I was at the Pearson Town Council meeting, and it is really concerning them up there. They brought it up when I was there Tuesday night.
Thank you.
That's all.
And I think other cities are as well, because the cities get the money. I know Ormond Beach, I talked to one of the people there, and they also would be affected, as would any of the communities would be effective on the pass-through money for that, because it's put into areas where it really makes a difference. So, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Patterson. Item 2. This is the master plan goals for the thriving communities, resolution for the transportation projects. I think you have the additions to the ones that we had up there in yellow.
Mr. Chair, George will make the opening comment.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and the council, just a reminder on this, that this is the TPO list that I know a lot of you sit on the TPO board. This differs from the Volusia County road program. Just want to make that clear to the audience and to everyone that our road program is separate, funded mainly with gas tax dollars and impact fees that come to the county. Where the two cross is when we get into federal dollars, and we often look for maybe assistance or matching grants. But today John's going to talk to you about the list, and this is a list that we turn in every year. A lot of the same projects roll depending on the amount of money. I'll turn it over to John, and he can explain the new projects that are on, and a little bit about any funding, and answer any questions you guys have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, County Council members. Before you today is a resolution authorizing us to submit to the River to Sea TPO for their annual call for projects. The resolution is required by the River to Sea TPO with each of the applications. What we want to talk to you about is the new projects on the county roads and on the new projects on the state roads. Before you is that table. We do have a short presentation. Next slide. If you could just. This is the location of the various projects we're submitting for. They're around the county. Next slide. The first one we're asking for is a corridor study along the LPGA Boulevard from US 92 all the way up to map shows all the new development that's currently going on along the corridor. We're wanting to partner with the Florida Department of Transportation. They're looking at the I-95 and LPGA interchange, and so we think it'd be synergy to also do this corridor at the same time. Next slide. Another project that wants to be done is on the Coast to Coast Trail, is a wayfinding signage system, basically where it gives destinations and emergency mileage locations. So if you're on the trail and you experience something and you need emergency help, they know exactly where to go. Next slide. This continues our paved shoulder projects along Doyle Road. We've done everything except for this short piece from Twisted Oak to Lush Lane. Next slide. We also want to do paved shoulders on Stone Street. This is very close to the DeLand Hospital and a lot of medical facilities in that location. Next slide. We also would like to do a paved shoulder and sidewalk on Jacobs Road. This is very close to DeLand High School and goes all the way to US 92 and ISB. Next slide. With regards to the state roads, we definitely want to have the state look at our two problem intersections, if you could please. We want to have them definitely look at State Road 44 and Kepler. We know in the morning, in the afternoon, that's always backing up. The county had a project. The state was looking at a single roundabout, and they said that would fail. Then they said, well, a dual or two-lane roundabout would work, and that's failed in the 30-year or in the 20-year planning horizon. So we basically asked them, okay, so if both of your solutions have failed, what is the solution? So we're asking them to do a feasibility study. The other problem intersection we keep experiencing is we're getting a lot of calls about US 92 International Speedway at Tomoka Farms Road, where it ties into the Bellevue Avenue extension. Since they installed the traffic adaptive system along the US 92 corridor, that's providing a lot of time along 92 and is shortening the time on the side streets. We're experiencing a lot of backups on Tomoka Farms Road, and there's concern on the Bellevue Avenue extension that people can't access the road going south or going north because of all the congestion. So again, we've asked that the department look at that intersection and see if there's any improvements that can be done. They are looking at widening US 92 from Tomoka Farms Road all the way to I-4. So we're hoping if they can do the study now, and they yet to start the design of the other portion, they incorporate the design, this solution into their future design. Next slide. Again, before you is the request to approve the resolution. Next slide. So are there any questions?
Ms. Dennis.
Yes, I think what I'd like you to explain a little bit more is why it's so important on our traffic adaptive systems, because what's happening now, and you just talked about the one, but we're also looking, included on here, State Road 44, 421, Dunlawton, and 40 up in Ormond Beach. But what's happening now, as I understand it, the way that some of these systems, these lights are, traffic backs up because if you turn left or you turn right, and then that light starts channeling through, it's not adapting to what the traffic systems are. Can you explain a little bit about that? Because this is really an effective approach.
Correct. I'll take off my hat and put on my geek hat on real fast. With regards to the systems that are currently along our beach corridors, 40, Dunlawton, and 44, they're all digital, which means when we have, I guess the cities of New Smyrna Beach, Port Orange, and Ormond Beach have installed fire preemption along all the corridors that for fire service and stuff like that. And when the signals are preempted, they have to drop out of step where the signals are preempted, and when they're getting back in step, they have to rob time from one of the movements. And typically that's the left turn phase. One of the left turn phases on the major street. So we get a lot of calls about people, only 3 to 5 cars going through because it's skipping that phase. And we can typically go back with our system software and analyze it and say, okay, this is exactly where that preemption occurred. With the traffic adaptive, it's a digital system. So when it drops out of preemption, it knows exactly where to go back in the coordinated timing, and so it can automatically go back so it appears to the public like nothing has happened and nothing has been skipped.
Right.
And what we're wanting to do is do the traffic adaptive, not only on our beach corridors, but also along our major commercial corridors such as LPGA Boulevard and along Saxon Boulevard. And we're working with developers to see if those systems can be implemented along those corridors.
Yeah, and we've talked about that at the TPO in length. And so this is actually a very effective process to help with some of this traffic backup that we're all seeing in all of these corridors. So with that, I will move our resolution submitting transportation priority project applications to the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
No, I want to comment on the 44 and Kepler Road because it's not only morning and evening, it's noon also. And it's a constrained roadway through there from 4139. I don't know how you're going to do it. If you went in there and tried to take a bunch of land, you're putting cars in people's front yard totally. So that's going to be a major project.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking of that Kepler Road area, Martin Luther King, as it comes to Taylor Road, is that anything on the board that we might be looking at 4-laning Taylor from 15A to Martin Luther King?
It's not one of the road corridors that we have looked at for improving to 4 lanes. We've looked at Orange Camp Road in the past, and we've also looked at Martin Luther King and Kepler Road to be 4-lane from 472 all the way up to US 92 because of all the heavy traffic.
I certainly would like for you to look at Taylor, because you have 15A, which is 4-lane, and it comes to 1790 to 92 over to Taylor. It becomes only 2 lanes there. So it just seems to me like it would be a good thing to move straight from 15A all the way to Martin Luther King, which hopefully will be 4-lane. And that would divert some of the traffic that Orange Camp Road would be getting away from that road to a 4-lane area on Taylor. So would you
Yes, ma'am.
Look at and explore that? I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask you on the 92 Tomoka Farms Road in Bellevue. You know, I've made several calls because I am getting calls constantly from residents. Is there anything that we can do in the meantime, like with the lights, that we can alleviate some of this, because it is just an accident waiting to happen?
At this time, because of the I-4 Systems Interchange project, that light is actually being controlled by the state through the construction project. When it's not being controlled by the state, then the City of Daytona Beach actually controls the signal timings. We just maintain the equipment at the intersection. So we've been providing all the comments from you, numerous residents, directly to the state, asking them to review the intersection.
Thank you.
I'll follow up on that because I believe that when the construction is complete, I believe that it will be able to be adapted and changed. I tried to use Tomoka Farms Road coming from Williamson down to bypass LPGA to get to 92. I won't do that again. I tried going home that way. I won't do that again either. We know that there is a bottleneck there, but I think that will be, as soon as the construction is cleared, I think that will help. It's also, I think, very wise for us to push for the LPGA to be extended from Nova all the way to 92, because while they're looking at the interchange at LPGA and 95, the timing couldn't be any better, I think, to be looking at that overall project. And thank you for bringing up 44. I've traveled it for the last time, getting from 95 as well. So the only answer there is a flyover or a series of flyovers for people, and I'm kind of halfway joking on that one. But I will say that the adaptive signaling on Granada does work. I've challenged people who complain about traffic backing up, and I've challenged them to go out there when there's no traffic and drive through. because you're not going to be stopped. You may be stopped at more traffic lights when there's no traffic. And the timing is like a minute difference from Nova to 95, as opposed to where they may sit in traffic backed up from 95 to Lowe's. Some of us know what that is. But it backs up. You sit there instead of sitting at two other lights. So I think that's the big difference, and they forget about that. And so it's very helpful to have the lights, and the people say, I thought they were timed. Well, they are timed, but you still may have to stop. So thank you for that report. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carried. Ms. Pope. Sorry, it came up after I had called. Sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to say, I was going to hold this for open discussion, but since we're talking about it now, I wanted to thank staff for meeting with me so much on the LPGA corridor. There are so many different areas along the LPGA corridor that have been brought to my attention by the public, and so I did want it to be noted that we are, and you are, diligently working on those areas, and we are aware that with the new construction and things that we are looking at those areas. So I just wanted that to be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item 3. And item 3 is returning the amended and restated delegation of, we have a speaker. I was going to do this. Go ahead. Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. What's before you today is an amendment of the Orange City CRA. It's minor housekeeping, I would say, to bring it in line with some of the other language and some of the other CRAs that we've done recently. Mr. Eckert handled this matter, and we have with us today are the representatives from the city. Glenn Storch is their attorney, and Dale Arrington, who is their city manager. If you have any questions.
Mr. Patterson.
I've looked over this, and Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the resolution amending and restating the delegation of limited community redevelopment powers to the city of Orange City.
Motion made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Mr. Lowry. Are there any questions of the speaker?
Comment.
Any comments? All in favor? Aye. Those.
I did have a comment, but it
your
basically
name?
has to do with that legislation.
Sorry, it popped off.
No, it just basically has to do with that legislation that's going through in Tallahassee that probably a lot of the CRAs could be in jeopardy now and in the future.
And if I could say one thing, I know that this council really believes in working together with the cities, and I can't tell you how, I mean, CRAs are a key element of that. And this is one of the things we've done. This downtown was in desperate need. You guys have come forward with this. We greatly appreciate it.
That was Mr. Storch, by the way.
Absolutely.
I would figure that after 30 years you would know to do that, so I didn't call on you.
Yes, especially since he gets paid by the hour. You'd think he would make sure that everybody knew that before he sends the bill over to him.
I doubt if I will ever learn.
And then that way you can prove that you were here, Glenn.
That's right. I have a witness.
Sorry. I did call for the vote, but I'll call for it again. I guess we did. Did we vote? Good, yeah. We voted on it?
Yes,
Okay.
sir, it was 7-0.
Thank you. Let's move to item 4, and this is a budget request change for the ECHO project at 1404 Otter Lake Park Improvements, Holland Park, requested by the city of New Smyrna Beach.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna DeMarsh Butler, Community Services Director. The ECHO Advisory Board is recommending this change to you. They have met with the City of New Smyrna Beach at their last meeting and are recommending a budget change. You're going to hear from Nancy Maddox, who's going to give a very, very brief PowerPoint presentation and will explain the need for the change.
Good morning.
Morning.
Nancy Maddox, Leisure Services Director, City of New Smyrna Beach. You can go on to the next slide, please, Marcy. In 2012, we acquired Holland Park, and then in 2013, we did the design phase application. We were awarded in 14, And then in 15, we did a archaeological survey, held some public meetings, we did pre-site plan, and we did our scope amendment. And when we got it went out to bid in 16, and then when we got our fees, if you go next slide, please, we found that we were way over budget. So we asked the ECHO board to approve, next slide, for us not to do the Pioneer entrance, and because it was $500,000 to do, and they approved that. Next slide, please. And then when we went out to bid again to do the new project, we found that we were still over budget. Prices keep going up. So now we're requesting, and the ECHO board has the fishing dock, the kayak launch, and the nature trail, and the playground, but keep the parking lot and the trailhead with the restrooms, because that is the only restrooms for our multi-use trail. And then we will come back for phase 2 next year for the ECHO grant.
Ms. Denny's.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
My subliminal message. So, in phase 2, are you going to come back and ask to put back in
the fishing dock,
and the kayak launch? Because I know that this is an area that will be utilized tremendously by the public, and already is. I mean, it's amazing how much these trails and it's amazing who you see out there and all the different levels. So, okay, so it's out now, but it will be coming back in your other phases,
yes,
right, through the ECHO board?
We just wanted to have the restrooms and the trailhead first. We felt that was most crucial. And then we'll bring back next year for the fishing dock and the kayak launch and the nature trail.
It's a great project. With that, Mr. Chair, I move approval of the budget request for the ECHO Project 14-04 for the Otter Lake Park Improvement Project called Holland Park. Is it Holland Park or it's Otter Lake?
It was Otter Lake, but when we had the public meetings, they renamed it to Holland Park.
Okay, that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilwoman Dendy, seconded by Ms. Wheeler. Any comments or question? I just have a couple.
Sure.
It's a great project. I guess the question is, again, each time we have things that were started 5, 4, so forth, they're coming back in way out of line, and we know that's going to continue to happen. And the real question I have is, when this project was put before the ECHO board, it was rated as being a total project. If it came back in pieces, like it is now, would it have been received the same ranking as it did at that time?
I believe so, just because trails are so crucial to Volusia County, and
I guess we really don't know, though.
The ECHO boards have always been very strongly supportive of trails.
Don't get me wrong, I'm not against it. These are just questions that come up, that when you take something, a project that's approved, and based upon all that what you're doing a whole project. Now we're going to be doing 2 half projects.
Right.
And the funding, which we have a $400,000 cap, which we're using $300,000, I guess, on this one?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that correct? So we're using $300,000, so we'll wind up coming back giving $600,000 or $700,000, depending on where the other price comes in, on the second half, when originally we were going to be budgeting or allocating $400,000 for a total project. So it's just, I'm not against it, but I just think that everyone needs to know that when a project is ranked, I think the ranking is based upon the whole project, not 2 halves. But it still may have done the same thing. So any other questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. It's going to be a great project. It is 9:30, so we can move to the next item. And this is public hearing, and the public hearing is now open. Item 5, Mr. Irvin.
Good morning. Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you is a request to rezone a 2.6 acre parcel located at 2357 Bellevue Avenue in unincorporated area of Daytona Beach. The subject request is to take it from industrial zoning into an IPUD to allow for a contractor storage yard and warehousing. John, if you could go ahead and please put on the display page 557, which shows the location map. On page 558 of your agenda packet, we have an aerial which reflects the area that the proposed PUD is to be located in. The existing land use is shown on page 560 of your agenda packet, and that shows that we have an industrial zoning, or excuse me, industrial land use for this property. And lastly is page 559, which is the zoning of the property and surrounding properties. What you're seeing is this area is south of our airport. It is currently zoned for industrial. It's adjacent to industrial uses. The applicant has requested the PUD to allow for some flexibility and also to come in with some uses that are consistent with both the industrial zoning that's in place as well as the industrial land use. The proposed use, again, will be a contractor's warehouse and storage yard. They will have to go through final site plan. Included is the conceptual development plan that is part of the PUD, as shown right now. That is on page 551 of your agenda packet. It was presented to the PLDRC last month, who unanimously approved it, 6-0. There were no comments at that meeting, and nor has staff received any written or otherwise comments from any of the adjacent property owners. So what's before you is a recommendation for approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Ms. Wheeler.
I'd like to move approval of rezoning from light industrial and rural agricultural classifications to the industrial planned unit development, Halifax Activity Center, classification of property at 2357 Bellevue Avenue, subject to the 2 recommended conditions.
Is there a second? I'll second that. Motion is made and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. On page 5-11 of your agenda, subparagraph error, it says communication towers not exceeding 70 feet. It should say communication towers exceeding 70 feet. We're going to be taking out the word not. So your approval will include that deletion of that word, and we apologize for the Scrivener's error.
Okay, I think that is correct. I had no cards on anyone wishing to speak on this issue, so we'll close the public.
Mr. Kelly?
Sorry?
Marcy Zimmerman here. Who made the second, please?
I was trying to.
Oh, okay.
We were all fighting for it. But
For the record, can we
for
have...
the record, it was Ms. Denny's, wasn't it? No. Okay.
Mr. Patterson?
Mr. Patterson will
Thank you.
We'll give it to Mr. Patterson.
Oh, well then, there you go.
Any other questions?
It was
Jamie, any other questions?
I'm Scott Tobin, I'm the applicant. Can I just make a comment, please?
We're fixing to call the vote.
I just wanted to make a comment on the county.
Sorry. Would you state your name and address for the
I'm
records?
the applicant, Scott
Yes.
Tobin with SAT Development. And the comment by the county attorney regarding the Scrivener's error on the communication towers, I don't believe there was an error there. I believe it's supposed to state not exceeding 70 feet. And the reason is it allows for all uses in the, right.
Well, I think we can't probably restrict it to that. I think the airport could, if that's part of it, I'm guessing.
Sir, the reason that was put in there as a restricted use or prohibited use was because the location of the airport. In the allowed uses specifically states all uses allowed in the light industrial zoning classification. That communication tower is one of those allowed uses.
Wait, but
Can I please clarify?
sure.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Clay Urban.
If you look on page 511, it lists it as a prohibited use. So this means it's not allowed. So what it's saying is communication towers not exceeding 70 feet. So that would mean communication towers under 70 prohibited. That means that towers over 70 feet would be allowed. And we understand that that's to be an issue because of the proximity of the airport. The whole point behind there is to make sure that this property owner has the right to put in a tower that's under 70 feet, but anything over 70 feet is prohibited because of the close proximity to the airport. And then what I think has happened is that there's been some cut and paste situations where they've grabbed what is existing in our code and placed it in here, and this created this confusion. From a staff perspective, we understand the right to give them what the uses they have in place, and that's why we're trying to say if it's under 70 feet, we understand it just has to comply with whatever FAA standards are in place. The way the language is written here, it would do the exact opposite of what we would like to try and get accomplished.
So it's being corrected in there to comply with airport. That's what I thought when you brought it up, because I knew that there was a restriction at the airport. Motion's made, seconded. We're calling the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Now that, oh, you're gone, Jamie. Sorry. We'll move to item 6. Open the public hearing. And Mr. Urban.
Good morning. Clay Urban, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is for a special exception. According to our code, if you would like to have a garage apartment, you have to go through a special exception in this particular zoning category. The property is located at 1033 Deerfoot Road in the unincorporated area near DeLand. This was presented in front of the PLDRC last month. What you see in front of you from page 6.5 of your agenda is the zoning map and the land use map, which shows that this is currently the zoning. And the next page, next please, Scott, will show the aerial for this location, shows the overall residential nature of it. Then lastly, we have the site plan, which is on page 611, which shows the proposed location of the garage apartment is consistent with all of the standards we have in place in regards to setbacks, requirements of that. There are conditions that they have to comply with all of the building codes and go through a proper permitting process. It went to the PLDRC last month. There were no comments or any issues raised by any of the adjacent property owners. The applicant was in attendance, was aware of the conditions that were identified, has agreed to those. Ms. Carey is willing to accept, and there was basically unanimous approval by the PLDRC. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Mr. Patterson.
I don't have any questions. Mr. Chair, I move approval of case S-17-013, special exception for garage apartment on rural agriculture estates, RA zone property located at 1033 Deerfoot Road, DeLand, with the conditions, the 2 conditions.
Is there a second?
I would second it.
Seconded by Ms. Cusack. Ms. Carey, hearing that, do you still wish to speak? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously, and we'll close the public hearing and move to item 7. Open the public hearing. Mr. Urban.
Good morning, Clay Urban, Growth and Resource Management Director. This is a request from Mr. Brown for rezoning at 140 Barton Street in the unincorporated area of Seville. Subject property has split zoning, which is B4 and R4 zoning. Mr. Brown wants to continue to use the entire property for residential purposes and has come in and requested that we rezone the property so that it's all under one zoning category, the R4 zoning. This was presented in front of the PLDRC at last month's meeting. There was an adjoining property owner who was concerned as to whether or not this rezoning would affect her property. It was clarified that it did not. Mr. Brown's property. She was satisfied with that. At that point, the PLDRC recommended approval of the proposed rezoning. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Mr. Patterson.
No questions. Mr. Chair, I move approval of case Z-17-012, rezoning 0.92 acres from the general commercial B4 and urban single-family residential R4 zoning classification to the urban single-family residential R4 zoning classification at 140 Barton Street, Seville.
Is there seconded by Mr. Lowry and Ms. Cusack? Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. We will close the public hearing and move to item 8.
Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. Before you today is a rezoning request by Ms. Carlton for 3727 Pioneer Trail Road. This is a 2.3 acre parcel that is under 15.4 ownership. So in other words, Ms. Carlton owns 15.4 acres. She has this small parcel which has a current In front of you is an aerial from page 813 of your agenda package, which shows the subject property. John, if we could go on to the next sheet, please. This is sheet A15, 815, which shows the land use of agricultural resource and the subject property. And next, if we could go to page 8-13, or excuse me, 14 of your agenda package, which shows the zoning. And then on this diagram, you can see the issue we're facing. The majority of the property is zoned A1, with this 2.3 acre parcel zoned MH3. The critical element when you look at a rezoning request pertains to your future land use map. The future land use map dictates what zonings are considered consistent or appropriate. In our future land use element, we have what we call our consistency matrix. John, if you could put that up, please. Highlighted is the agricultural resource land use category. The second column is assumed compatible. So in other words, when we drafted our comprehensive plan and we're looking at our zoning maps, we were saying what would be the appropriate zoning categories to go into this land use category. These are ones that basically, best way to describe it would be assumed to be by right. So what you see is that you can have A1 or a PUD. The column next to it is conditionally compatible. These are ones that in certain circumstances, based on the types of uses surrounding it and everything else, these would be considered appropriate. So you have the MPUD, the BPUD, which is P, which is public, C, which is conservation, and RC, which is resource corridor. Nowhere do you see MH3. The reason why the MH3 is in place right now is because when we adopted our comprehensive plan and we adopted our future land use map, the MH3 was the zoning category that was in place. So it's basically, in lack of better terms, a grandfathered zoning category that we allowed to remain on that property. Ms. Carlton has requested a rezoning to A1. A1 has been recommended approval from your staff because it is consistent with our comprehensive plan. At the PLDRC, there were several neighbors who were very concerned, not necessarily per se about the zoning, but the potential that that would allow for development of the property that they felt was not consistent or compatible with their rural lifestyle. In your packet, there's several emails and letters that you will see from these adjacent property owners who have identified a concern with the fact that this may be developed for a church, subsequently for a school, and athletic activities that may be associated with that school. One of the members of the PLDRC, Mr. Bender, made a very, very shrewd and very educated comment that as part of the rezoning, we can't necessarily look at what supposed end uses will be in place. We have to look at what the land use is, we have to look at what the zoning is, and making sure that the two meld based on what our adopted comprehensive plan and what our adopted zoning ordinance tells us. So through this, there was a great deal of discussion into the potential uses that could occur on the site. The neighbors do bring up some points: traffic, compatibility with rural lifestyle, stormwater, and a variety of other issues, which will all be taken care of through either a special exception or final site plan process. What we're looking at is that the concept of a church being allowed, it's allowed on both properties or under both zonings. The concept of a private school would have to go through a special exception in both zoning categories. So the concern that the neighbors brought up are valid issues, and they will be addressed, but not necessarily through this part of the process. I just want to make sure that this was clear, because I know that many of the neighbors are going to be here speaking and have a great deal of concern about what could occur on this property. And I just wanted to make sure we understood first and foremost the relationship between the comprehensive plan and our zoning maps, the standards that are in place, and what we have to do from a technical perspective in the application.
All right.
If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
This is a public hearing. Ms. Denny's.
No, Mr. Chair, I would like to hear public participation before council comment, please. Thank you.
Ms. Carlton.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Carlton, and I am the owner and there was some confusion at the last meeting. In 2016, we did have a contract with the church to purchase the land. It fizzled out. I do not have a contract with the church. This rezoning is strictly for myself and for our use, and we would like it to be A1 just like all the surrounding properties. And if there's any questions, I could answer.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you.
After public participation.
That's it.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm sorry, we had more. Thank you. If we could have Mr. Irvin come back to the microphone, please, on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Irvin, for the both sides of this issue on this discussion. Uncertainty is I think what we're dealing with here from neighbors, and I understand that, but at the same time, sitting up here, all we can work with is what we know, not with what we don't know. And based on what we know and what the current policy is and what the zoning issue is, and I believe, if I'm stating this correctly, this 15 acres will then make it a uniform zone, uniform code. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because right now it's not uniform.
Correct.
Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, ma'am.
So this procedure here will just basically make that area a uniform code, but anything else that comes into it will indeed require special exception, which is more hearings, and will require other hearings. So with that, I'm going to move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Lowry. Yeah, I would be more concerned if I was a resident, if you were rezoning it all to MH3, as opposed to taking it to A1. Therein would lie an issue that I would not want to see a lot more mobile homes out there. I would much rather see it all agricultural. And as stated by Clay Irvin, any issue about zoning or usage would come, and both of those provided the same level at the time. So I'm happy to see it going back to all to A1. With that, any other question? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. We'll close the public hearing without objection. Thank you very much for creating that agricultural land. This time we will now move to item 9.
Mr. Chair, Donna, you want to come up too?
Good morning. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and in front of you, you should have the latest community event list, which is also on the screen. The highlighted events are new since the last council meeting, so I'll go over those briefly. In April, with dates yet to be determined, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division will hold community meetings to discuss the draft design plan for Lemon Bluff Park. So as soon as we have those dates, we will let you know. Section 8 applications will be accepted April 6th to the 8th, and we're going to talk about that, more about that in just a few minutes. And then lastly, on your list for highlighted events, we have the Votran Triple Crown Rodeo. That will be April 28th and 29th, and this is a statewide skills competition for bus operators and maintenance technicians. The event also includes bus driving obstacle course for the media and for the members of the county council. So if you're interested, you can let myself or Steve Scherer know, and we will get you behind one of the big buses. And just for a couple notes here, in 2011, 12, 13, and 14, Votran earned several awards in various maintenance and driver competitions. So that's always a fun event. So now at this time, Community Services Director Donna Butler is going to come up and talk a little bit more about the Section 8 applications.
Good morning again, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. We're really excited about the new way that we're going to be taking Section 8 applications, and I promised that I'd come back to you when you approved our new administrative plan. It will be online, applications only this year, but we've done a lot to reach out to the community. We've sent out our flyers to local churches. We've had staff trained in all of our libraries so that if someone wants to go there and access a computer during one of these 3 days, they can do so, and someone will help them fill out the application. If they are further nervous about doing so, they can call us for an appointment time on Thursday or Friday. We did it way this year, we have a Thursday, Friday, and a Saturday. So if we've got folks that are working that can't get there at that time, also they can come in the evenings to the libraries. Also, our human services offices are prepared to assist folks as well. So we're really excited. If you would help us get the word out to anybody that you know that might be eligible to have Section 8 housing, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. Push the button. Thanks. Just a quick comment on item number 9 in our agenda package. Mine says there's no agenda item for this matter. When council gets our agenda packages from here on out, we've discussed this at least in my council meeting briefings. We already have this upcoming events. If this is what's going to be presented to council, this needs to be in the agenda item and any other items that's going to be presented to council, because for me to look at a blank page, we're going to get an update, but there's no agenda item, so why is it on the agenda, with all due respect? So from here on out, Mr. Manager, we talked about this in my meeting. Anytime I, for one, am going to get an agenda and it says there's no agenda item for this matter and there's no information, I'm going to request that the item be pulled, unless it's a last-minute issue. I think council, this is not new news, so.
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think you got dittos on that. It's something that was there. It's been in, we all knew about it. It could very easily have that page put in there. But okay, we'll move to item 10. This should be, as we can say, this weather is not for the birds, so we'll bring our foul weather is not for the birds. How about that one? Item 10. Clay, Irvin, are you ready for this one? Huh?
You've been sitting next to me too long.
How about that?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. It's been brought out that there's been concerns identified specifically by Daytona Beach Shores regarding feeding of birds on the beach because of the negative impacts on the surrounding properties as well as potential health issues to the wildlife itself. Staff was able to go through and research several other communities. I can tell you that if you go through just a basic internet search, you will see that similar regulations occur throughout the United States. The primary concern that has been identified is potential health impacts on wildlife due to human feeding. Quite simply, birds, fowl, other wildlife do not prosper when they're fed human food. The other aspect that's been identified as a main concern is the change in behavior of the wildlife. They become more aggressive, less fearful of human beings, and so therefore can basically attack or come in expecting something from an innocent person. Third issue that has been identified has been impacts on adjoining property people. Basically, you're at a beach, someone starts feeding, all of a sudden you're impacted because they brought the birds over. Fourth has been impact on private property, cars, buildings, etc. So one thing that has been identified is, could we have an ordinance banning the feeding of birds at the beach? That is one option. Another option is an educational program. Another is to not do anything. Basically, staff has brought this forward to you to provide some chance for you to give us direction on how you want us to proceed. Realize that there's other combinations of all of that together that we can make sure that the concern is properly addressed.
To hold one arm up.
Are we?
Try it now.
Okay. Again, what I wanted to say is that we have a combination of different options for you, and we would like you to basically tell us where you want to go with this so we can properly follow through.
Okay. I have one individual who would like to speak to this, Mayor Harry Jennings, if that's in order. No wonder I couldn't see you over there.
He didn't complete anything, did he? Oh, I gave it to him.
Harry Jennings, Mayor of Daytona Beach Shores. I'd like to supplement what Clay has said, and if any of you have a dog or have ever had a dog, you do not feed that dog chocolate, because that chocolate will do serious harm. That's what we're talking about with feeding wildlife. people food cause serious harm to birds. Let me quote. This is from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and it says, all wild creatures have evolved over the millennia with an instinct to locate and eat a diet best suited to their own digestive systems. Thus, they have their own niche in the wild community where they feed and live in balance with all other members of that community. This balance is interfered with when well-intentioned people feed an unnatural diet to wildlife. As birds become accustomed to handouts from humans, they may chase after and harass people in search of food. Increased numbers of birds congregated in an area can lead to large amounts of bird droppings, which may increase health risks to humans and to the birds themselves. In conclusion, the writer says, our advice to anyone who appreciates wildlife is to keep it wild. Appreciate gulls and other beach birds from a distance and don't feed them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
Speaking of wildlife, we got enough up down there already right now with the spring break.
And that's a good thing.
That's a good, yes. As many communities that we have along the beach, is it just the only community concerned about calling foul on the birds? I mean, we've got the city of Daytona Beach, Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach. I mean, we have birds. I mean, are only the birds in Daytona Beach shores? Is that where the only people?
Yes. From my understanding, this is probably the only reported instance we've had where people are daily feeding loaves of bread at a regular scheduled amount. I know bird feeding has been going on. I'd almost suggest that since 1962, when I fed my first French fry, maybe these birds have adapted to eating French fries, but I'll leave that comment.
They're into Happy Meals.
They're into Happy Meals now. Well, so that's a good question.
Well, and I'm just wondering. The other thing is, this may be a legal department question. Is there any federal and state laws that deal with this particular issue? I mean, I had a neighbor that used to feed the sandhill cranes in the backyard, and then they got really agitated when she wasn't there at 7 o'clock in the morning to feed them and let her know about it. I told her I didn't think it was a good idea for her to be feeding them.
We know that there's against feeding alligators. We do know that the state has that. The state of California has a regulation against feeding any wildlife, period. I don't know of any, because I asked that same question and looked at it. I got the same blank stare that you're getting from legal back then. I don't know. I know there's, Clay, do you have an answer for that one?
I always defer to the county attorney's office. But I mean, I do know that there's, as you said, about alligators and crocodiles, and then there's just a general statement. If you go to Visit Florida, it says do not feed wildlife, including birds.
Right.
But there's no statutory reference.
Yeah, we do.
Is that correct, Jamie?
There are no direct statutory prohibitions, either in federal or state law, against feeding birds. The best you could argue potentially is the Migratory Bird Treaty Act if it caused harm or death to the bird, but that's prosecuted against the individual, and that would be a stretch, a huge stretch to use that to try to stop it.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did we have the wildlife person come? Did they?
Yes, ma'am. Michael Brothers, who is director of the Marine Science Center, is available if you have any questions.
Could we just get him up here just as one more statement before I make my other statements? Yeah.
And just for the record, state your name and address.
Michael Brothers, director of the Marine Science Center.
Can you explain the impact of this for a continuous feeding? And again, Mr. Chair, I want this noted that this isn't just a random, you're taking your grandchildren to the beach and they toss out their leftover food. I do that all the time. But, you know, I live in a community that the majority of the residents are on the beach. Daytona has motels on the beach. You know, I'm talking residents, but not just for the residents of the shores. You know, it disturbs me when I'm out there with my grandchildren and somebody pulls up with their bags of breadcrumbs. This, unfortunately, is a situation where a few people make it uncomfortable for an entire area. You know, it's not the random feedings. It's the people that stop by the bakery and get the bags of food every single day and bring them over to the beach. Those birds are used to it, and, you know, they are the ones that's doing the damage. I'd like to have your comments again on the damage that it does create when they're continuously being fed food that is not digested for their benefit.
Right, especially white bread can be especially a problem. In fact, there have been some studies where continuous feeding on white bread actually causes some abnormalities in the bird, some things called angel wing and some other deformities in birds from improper diet.
Again, I'm stating this that, you know, I don't want to take away the pleasures of the people of the beach. We have so many restrictions already in our life, and I would hate to have another major restriction. But if there could be an education process for the people coming onto the beach, you know, a flyer or something that is given to them saying, please don't feed the birds. I mean, it's just like we get, don't feed the crocodiles, don't feed whatever. That, you know, could be a start on trying to remedy. And then if you get the chronic, then we have to take it up a notch. But I don't think people are aware of the damage that it does do. And then I have a community that's all beachside, and this issue has been discussed for years when I was a city commissioner. And it's just now that we're trying to get it, that this is not just a fluke. This is a problem, not only for the wildlife, but it is for the safety and health of my grandchildren when I'm on the beach, and those huge areas are taken up by the bird feeder, the continuous bird feeder. So if there could just be an education process of maybe a flyer, because, you know, I guess there is regulations in Cocoa Beach, Myrtle Beach, Miami-Dade, Lauderdale by the Sea, and Deerfield Beach all have regulations.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you. A couple questions here. Thank you, sir.
Great.
This is coming up from your district, Councilwoman Wheeler, but your area is all no drive beach, right?
No,
Majority.
it is drive.
It is drive beach. Okay, but are these issues from people that are driving on the beach or from those residents that live there?
Drive the visitors, the people are coming over to the beach,
Okay.
not the residents.
Okay, so maybe an education. I guess my question then too, because I don't want any more regulations on the beach any more than you do, and I appreciate that and agree with that. But the question is, it's coming from your city. Is the mayor still here, Mr. Jennings? Have you taken this as a resolution to your city commission? Yes. Can you please take the microphone? Thank you. Have you discussed this with your city commission?
Yes.
And their directive is?
To ask county council to ban feeding of the birds on the beach.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Thank you, Mayor Jennings.
Thank you, Mayor Jennings. I just wanted to make sure it came before your governing body. Thank you. I'm not supporting banning feeding birds on the beach. I won't go with that, but I think Councilwoman Wheeler, I think it's a very proactive, positive thing for education. Maybe even at the beach toll thing, if we could add an extra flyer there, please don't feed the birds. But another area for information, maybe the homeowners associations from the condos there and from the city to partner with us in helping, since it's affecting them specifically, the majority of it is, at least then we hopefully can partner with them to help get these flyers out for information to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not opposed to having some regulations stipulated. However, I am not in support of banning a ban. Number one, how do you enforce it?
Who's going to?
And who's going to do that? Number two, I think my opinion would be the best way to move in this is to try to, with additional signage in the area where it's occurring, that we would do something like that, and educating maybe with the pamphlet, whoever is coming on to the beach. So that would be my recommendation. I could not support a ban, and even though you refer to it as your city, I think it's the city of all of us that here, all seven are responsible for every area of the county. And so with that in mind, Councilwoman Wheeler, I would think that the best way to go would try to get additional signage up and some forms of educating the public about feeding of the birds on the beach would be the recommendation I would make.
Dr. Lowry.
Just very quickly, my point was going to be signage as well. I don't think I'm going to support a ban either, but I think some signage there. Obviously, you can't put ordinance number on there or anything like that, but perhaps maybe that would be enough to, plus the educational process might be enough to give it a whirl and see how it goes. Thank you.
Just a quick comment. I'll go along with this. I would not be in favor of more pamphlets to be passed out to be littered on the beach. I would be in favor of signage. I have a proposal for those huts anyway that are there collecting that will come in the future, and just to give them and back up traffic more for passing out more pamphlets when they're already lecturing. I think that a signage there, you could put pictures with birds so that people don't have to read it and put an X on it, no feeding or something. It should be very easy. People should know, and they could be placed in any number of places. I think it's not very nice of people to continually feed, because I've had to avoid bird feedings in the past, not recently. But they go down and the birds congregate, and you're driving, and people say, well, you're not supposed to drive into the birds. Well, if they weren't there feeding them loaves of bread, you wouldn't be driving into the birds. And so I wanted to make just that comment, that I wouldn't be in favor of supporting the passing out more material. Mr. Patterson.
I kind of lost control over here a few minutes ago when I still had some more questions to go, but
it happens.
I know. In the 5 cities that I see mentioned here, did they have these bans? What do they have? The bird police running around there arresting people, or what? I mean, I don't.
No, sir. Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. Cocoa Beach has a provision that it's unlawful to continue to feed the birds after being ordered not to do so. So if it's a nuisance situation, their beach rangers, as they're called in Cocoa Beach, have the authority to walk up and say, cease and desist, you're causing a nuisance, and if you fail to... Deerfield Beach has a prohibition against feeding any wild animals of any kind on their beach. But they treat it more, as I've read their codes, as a nuisance issue than about a true ban. They believe it to be cause a loss of enjoyment to the rest of the beachgoers in those areas.
Mr. Patterson, I'll let you keep. Once your name pops off of there, you're done.
I wasn't the one who killed me.
I understand that, but all I'm doing is following directions from the cloud somewhere. But are there any more?
That's all right.
Okay.
No, I'm not in favor of the bird police, but I think signage would probably be the best thing, and I think a sign that essentially said this is bad for the health of the birds, to let them know why we don't want them feeding on the beach. But we're talking about signage that runs all the way from way the heck down by the Canaveral National Seashore all the way up to the Flagler County line. So that is one heck of an expenditure. I don't know what we would have to put a lot, because I can't see just putting it in one community.
We could put it at anywhere there's an entrance, a ramp. It can all be placed there. It can be part of permanent signage.
But we still would have people who are crossing over, like crossovers, maybe not driving on the beach, but you know, you're talking, if you go from Ormond Beach up, you've got beach crossovers. You'd have to have a sign at every one of the crossovers. So
and
you need to kind of get an idea of what it would cost to put a nice big sign up with a dead bird, you know, with a piece of bread in his mouth, upside down, you know, just to kind of really get the point across.
At 47 miles of beach, I understand there would be a lot to have to put. I think maybe we could use a kind of a guideline of, if you continually receive reports of mass feedings, sorry to use that term.
Well, you know that people are going to, if they don't see a sign, they're going to go to places where there's no signage. And there's a lot of people who really don't care. So I don't think we're accomplishing anything by only going to places where people are feeding the birds, thinking that they won't go to some place where they don't have to worry about a sign and feel the guilt that they've killed a little birdie.
Ms. Post, you haven't weighed in on this.
So I don't want to
fly in on this issue.
I don't want to beat a dead horse or any other wildlife, but everyone has weighed in on it. So I just wanted to say I agree with the signage. I was thinking of that as well, that in order to put signage along the beach, that's a lot of beach. But, you know, Councilmember Patterson, when you talk about notifying everyone or making sure that signs are at every access and that people are going to do it anyway, I think that's any law, pretty much. And the point is just to get the word out. It's part of the education process. So I don't think we need to. I would be in favor of doing it at the major access points, not littering the beach with signs, but do it at the major access points. Maybe one extra in your area, or you know, whatever the mayor feels necessary. But I'm in agreement with this sign.
Okay. Yeah, and on the other side of it, I would be in favor of doing what Cocoa has done with a warning by people who would see it, which means you're not out looking for it. But if I would be in favor, it will come back to us again because it's not going to go away. And when they're taking away the pleasure of others to use the beach, and they are when they're blocking with hundreds of birds, it's taking away the pleasure of people who want to go down there to enjoy it. So it will come back to us, but I would be in favor of a regulation that prohibits it. I can count 5 to 2 or 6 to 1, and I don't like necessary regulations, but we're thinking about what we're really doing. We're saying it's okay to go and harm the habits of wildlife. And I'm not an ornithologist, and I'm not a studier of birds, but I do believe in protecting the wildlife that we have. So for that reason, I will do that. We'll move on. Ms. Wheeler, if you have anything additional to say.
Well, it would not help if we decided on the flyers. It would not help giving it to the condos, because those folks are the homeowners association. It's usually not those people, because they're very aware of what's happening on their balconies and around their pool area. I still am not totally opposed to a flyer. I think most people leave that information in their car when they get out. Do we have anything that is given to the beach drivers when they go in about roll your window down and all that? Can it be added onto that?
What I would suggest is, if you want to do a pamphlet, that we can incorporate the feeding the birds in with the other information we give, so we don't increase the number of pamphlets. Mm-hmm. But it's reasonable to do that. We can incorporate that. The signage, we can also, you know, we have signage for dogs, things like. Mm-hmm. We can incorporate birds into that in terms of wildlife feeding. We also can do make sure that the beach patrol, beach safety officers that are out, we may give them more of a standard explanation to people they can use, so when they see them, especially if they think it's you know, it's not a kid dropping a Dorito, it's people bringing bags of bread, they can stop them and say, you know, what damage that's causing.
How about you bring us back a suggestion of ideas?
That's what I would-
Where you would like to go with this at a later meeting.
That's what I would like to do, is to come back and say, how
This is
about
what
if
we
we
can-
do this, and you'll know what signs, you'll know where we would do it. You know, I mean, there could be cute things like, you know, don't feed the birds to death, things like that, you know, something that would catch people's attention. Well, that was a bad one, maybe.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is, we would love to bring you something back. I think we have direction.
Let's do
Mr.
that.
Manager, I agree with you, but can we set this up for the next meeting?
Next
Because
meeting.
I don't want
No,
this
we'll have
put
it at the-
off any longer.
We'll have it at the
We've been
next
dealing
meeting.
with it for years.
And then if you like it, then you can give us the go. And at that point, we'll also have an implementation schedule in hand.
Okay.
And let's not play Mary Poppins Feed the Birds on the beach anymore.
Let's
It's a movie.
hurry on over to the next foul issue.
Here we go.
Item 11.
That's true.
We're moving to item 11.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what we're doing.
Chickens.
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Growth and Resource Management Director. We received from Ms. Denny's an email from a resident who is concerned with our limitation on the number of fowl. Fowl, per our land development code, is a chicken, duck, or similar hen. What is pertaining to is non-agricultural land with residential zoning is the primary issue of concern. We understand that with some of the changing trends, folks are looking to try and have chickens in their backyard or fowl. And as such, we were trying to come up with what is a reasonable limitation, given that you can allow this in some of the more densely urbanized areas of the county. You look in this, you know, Ormond by the Sea, some of the areas near New Smyrna Beach, some of the areas around DeLand and DeLeon Springs. So we established a standard of 1 fowl per single-family home. If the council would like to change that limitation, we are open to any suggestions. I can tell you I've scanned every type of urban chicken, urban fowl standard that's in this area and Volusia County and other areas. There is no clean standard that 3 is the magic number, 4 is the magic number. It's across the all we can offer you at this point is that the whole point behind the limitation is that we want to make sure that we don't have a nuisance situation primarily due to potential maintenance or lack thereof, and also transforming from a urban setting more into a farming setting where you have larger coops and those types of things. So those are our primary concerns. There's also been identified in some of the literature for folks who are opposing it, you know, the concept of health issues due to like avian flu and these others. Again, if you look across the spectrum, there's arguments for and against them. Basically, what we're saying to you is that we can make whatever changes you deem appropriate. Right now, there's nothing that's a clean standard that we can tell you.
Mr. Deneen.
Mr. Chair, at this point, Mr. Chair, I think the council has to give us some idea. Do they want to go further? This was more of just an open discussion to lead to future direction.
Okay. Heather Knuth, but I know that's not right.
You got it. First
Bam,
one.
I got one.
Good morning. I'm Heather Knuth. I live at 235 South Walker Drive in New Smyrna Beach. I've spoken with Ms. Dennis in the past about there being a limitation on the number of chickens. We got chickens back in 2012.
Are you saying chickens?
Yes, we had no idea.
sorry.
We had no idea that you were only allowed to have 1 chicken per household. Because everybody said if you live in the county, you can have chickens. Even 4-H, even the Ag Extension Office, everyone. Nobody knew that you were only allowed to have 1 chicken per household. So we also, with the batch of chickens we ended up with a rooster. And we asked all the neighbors if it was okay, and everybody was fine with it. And then later, we got in a disagreement about, and they called about the rooster. So then we found out you were only allowed to have one chicken per household. My problem with it is they're a flock animal and they don't do well on their own. And there is a growing popularity with keeping backyard chickens. I would propose that we allow the residents to have 6. That's not a huge number and it's not a small number. So, and then you could maintain a flock. There is no law against free ranging from what I understand. So if you have one chicken per household, which we have now, we have our neighbors adopted our chickens. So we have, I have one and 3 of my neighbors have one, and then they're allowed to free range. And then sometimes we have chicken sleepovers or chicken daycare. But to keep them safe from predators and from cars and all that kind of stuff, I would propose to have 6, if possible.
Well, this has turned into the comedy hour, so.
It's getting exciting. Sorry about that.
Drop the mic. Ms. Denny's, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just one question before you, how large is your property?
My property is 1/3 of an acre.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Maybe
So,
15,000.
so I guess in this conversation, and I find what's intriguing too, I live in a rural area, 2.5 acres, and that's all I'm going to say about anything. But what she's saying is true, is it's a free range. I mean, so if you just do nothing and just let them go, we, have at it. But if we have a resident that wants to control the environment and have a chicken coop, which is in a contained environment, we're penalizing them, and therein lies the oxymoron. If you, I could say this issue's all scrambled, Mr. Lowry, but
Are there extenuating circumstances?
There are, yes, yes. It's
Well, I'm excited about this.
So I want to first of all thank you for the brevity of this issue with this council, with some of the things that we deal with. But, truthfully, the issue that's the most important, and I've said this before when I meet with staff and the manager, the issue that's the most important is the one that's important to that constituent at this time. Whether it's a zoning issue, it's a rezoning issue, it's a chicken, or it's feeding the birds or whatever. This is what we do, large and small. So with that in mind, in all of our comments, it's like, do we really want to go here? Yeah, we do, but I don't understand the rooster point. I got to get you there. I'm not going to touch that. We don't, that serves no purpose. The chickens, though, you're right. When we look at them, they are a flock animal. And so I don't know, Mr. Irving, can you come to the microphone a little bit? So can we make an exception for even the size of the properties? In other words, if she has 1/3 of an acre and has a chicken coop, what is the big deal with having more chickens on a larger piece of property?
I've gotten a very strong lesson from Scott Ashley in regards to the evolution of our pet keeping standards here in Volusia County. And so at face value, with regards to the fowl and chicken issue, because they're considered farm animals, we're basically given an exemption for the farm animals. I want you to understand that in regards to quote unquote pets, which are dogs or cats, we have a maximum of 4 per single family home.
Understood.
So we want to make sure that, as we're working through this, that there's not going to be.
We're talking chickens.
I understand.
Let's not make this a broader issue than we have to. If we have to,
we can work on.
Talking chickens.
If it's the direction of the council, we will do whatever you want us to do, and we can look at what potential impacts may be. I do have to say that I agree with you with regard to the rooster issue. That's something that has come up as a nuisance problem in other.
It is a nuisance, and that's a very good word.
Right.
That's a very good word.
But as far as the number, we will work through what we have in our existing regulations to make sure that we're consistent all the way through, whatever number you deem appropriate.
Can we do this again, council? Can we direct staff to take a look at this and bring it back again to the next council meeting? So,
Can we hear the others that have,
Sure,
that are here to speak?
absolutely.
Let's do that, and then, if you don't mind.
Necessarily make a decision unless council's ready to do that today, but I just think we need a little more flexibility. It's not like we're talking 0 lot lines. We're not talking a rural area that are 0 lot lines. That's another issue. But when there are buffers, especially natural buffers and larger parcels of property, I think we need to take that into consideration going forward with anything that we do. Thank you, Mr.
Dr. Lauer,
Yeah,
14,000 square foot lots, not large.
I agree with the thought of having staff get back with us. I know when I was on the city commission, Deltona, we took this up. They did not allow, but there's a trend in our culture today to do that, and I know that Deltona, I had some of the council members there that were just vehemently opposed to it. Now they've employed that to allow, I think they allow 5 there. And some of those have come back to me and say, all the war stories I heard about chickens really are not there. People that do not take care of animals, they're not going to take care of 4 dogs or 4 cats. My experience has been if they don't know how to take care of animals, you can smell cats in the driveway when you go up their house because they don't take care of their animals. And so when you have someone that wants to take care of them, I'd like to try to help as much as I can in regard to that. I understand the rooster. I have one. I understand the noise factor there. But, in a sense, people that take care of things, whether it's chickens or dogs or cats, are not a problem. It's when people don't take care of things. And so to me, if we're going to allow them to have 4 dogs, that to me is a bigger nuisance than 4 chickens would be. But anyway, I would like to see staff come back. I think that was a really good idea, Ms. Dennis, to let them come back and give us some their thoughts on there. But I certainly would be for looking to help out there if we could. And you're right, they are a flock animal. I've got donkeys. You don't just have one. You have to have a couple. And it's a good thing there. So I think we're heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Well, you probably have more than 14,000 square feet.
Well, yes, I do.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Ms. Cusack, I'm going to go to you before Jamie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, when the staff comes back with a recommendation, a number. And number 2, how do you enforce if they don't maintain that number? Enforce that. So when you set up a rule and you can't enforce it, what have you done? So I would like to perhaps some direction from staff as to how we can first, if you think that it's reasonable to say that we can control this based on even lot size. Are you going to go to every household that has 5 chickens and says your lot can only accommodate 3 or 4? You see, for every rule, you got to be able to enforce that rule and have limitations. And then without that, then, or do we just address it as it becomes a concern of a neighbor? Why do we have to put it into a set mold that says that you can only have 4 chickens? And you may live in an area that's large enough to accommodate 6 chickens. So I just think that we have to be realistic with this when we set limitations on people and being able to enforce those limitations. So I know that Mr. Negan and his staff with their magic can make something happen here. And so I look forward to that discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maybe that's why previous councils have decided on one which is easier to enforce. Ms. Seaman?
I was just going to ask council for a little bit more direction because 1/3 of an acre is our standard size lot. Urbanized zoning designations, it is a 100 by 140 foot lot. My lot in my subdivision that I live in is 100 by 150. And my 3,000 square foot house takes up most of my lot. So I would really appreciate about all of the residential zoning designations? Are you talking about just not the zero lot line? Because we don't have very many zero lot line in the unincorporated area. There's a few up in the North Peninsula, but other than that, they're ordinarily about 100 by 150 foot lot is what comes into the unincorporated area. That's not considered rural. Our rural lots start at an acre and go up from there. So I think Mr. Irvin's staff needs a little bit more guidance before we start trying to come up with, will 5 fit here or 4 fit there or 3 fit there. I think Ms. Cusack, you know, your comments were right on point, and I think what we might, without more guidance, we might not be able to come back with something that would be workable.
Okay. I'm in favor of leaving it where it is with 1 chicken, but that's in the minority. Going back and trying to determine what is the right number of chickens, how you're going to enforce it. 1, you can enforce. If I lived, I don't, but if I lived in an unincorporated area on a 10,000 or even 14,000 square foot lot, I wouldn't want my neighbor's chickens coming in my yard. And I just don't. I don't think that's being nice to your neighbor. I think there's a reason that there's 1 chicken that's put in there. But if you wanted to come back and say you want how many chickens you want, I've heard 4, I've heard 6, I've heard, you know, I'm in favor of leaving it where it is. We've had 1 person asking for more chickens, where are the other 134,000 people that might want chickens, but to use Pat Patterson's analogy with beaches. So and speaking of that, Mr. Patterson.
I know as we try to unscramble all this, and I'm in a district that is a large part of it. Half my population is in the unincorporated area. And I know within a range of about a mile of my house, I go by 2 or 3 houses that have a little sign out front, they're selling chicken eggs. I think that's some extra money that they probably need. I think that's how some people are basically, you know, that's important to them because they have to feed their family or something. Or, you know, I grew up with chickens and we had them in our house in Fort Pierce. We were out in the country in White City, and you know, that's how my daddy grew up during the Depression. You know, so I think limiting or something, and I'm really concerned about the ag area. I know when I remarked back in 1999 when I was in the legislature about Volusia County had a 4-dog limit ordinance, the chairman of the committee, who happens to be Adam Putnam, made the comment that he thought we were a bunch of communists up here if we limited you to only 4 dogs in a household. But, you know, out where he lives, they got a lot of dogs. So are we just, I know in my area there are chickens and ducks and everything where I live, and peacocks. So, you know, since our code enforcement is pretty much driven by somebody calling and complaining, you know, I think the enforcement is going to be spotty at best, you know, because it's only going to be if somebody doesn't like their neighbor or something, or it's not because they don't like chickens. It might be something other than the chicken or the duck or the peacock or whatever.
Or the neighbor's dog.
It's going to be a dicey issue in itself, and I don't want it to affect. I'm a member of the Farm Bureau, and I don't need to get my head chopped off by my membership at the Farm Bureau.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you.
Let me go to Ms. Poe. She hasn't had a comment yet.
Sure. Nope. Okay. I wanted to agree and just say that I am also not in favor of changing this. And I feel where you're coming from. I truly do. But I think we have to look at the broader picture and creating more. Creating more legislation to me is not the answer on several levels. And again, Mr. Patterson mentioned about, there are many areas in the county where you can do things like this, where you can have goats, you can have chickens, you can do all that kind of stuff. But there are areas in the county, that are small residential areas where people move there because they don't want to live next to goats and chickens and all of that kind of stuff. And so I'm definitely in favor for just keeping it. And
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think we're getting outside the subject area because, first of all, we're not creating more legislation. It's already there. We have an ordinance. We have policy. We're not doing that. What we're doing is expanding the ability of our citizens for quiet use and enjoyment of their property. So we're expanding private property rights is what we're doing. We're not limiting, we're expanding, and we're definitely not creating more legislation. We're expanding that ability. And as far as going into other person's property, we can put it in there that they must be contained in a structure, a chicken coop. The only time you would have the problem is if they flew the coop, Mr. Chair, and we're in your property. So I would think that what I would look for if you're looking for direction is that they be contained. They be contained, and whatever that language is, in a structure, but I am definitely going to support the expansion of private property rights and the quiet use and enjoyment of their property, but also stating that a rooster is a nuisance animal. I do believe that that's true. I'd be comfortable with putting that in there, but I definitely want to take a look at it. And as far as code enforcement goes, that only happens, again, when there is abuse, just like we have when there's a boat on the road, a boat trailer, or there's too many vehicles on a property that don't have plates, or there's a property that has not been mowed. That's all in the code enforcement swash that we look at. And we don't deal with those because we're not code enforcement Nazis, nor do we want to be. But anytime we can expand a citizen's private property rights on their property for their enjoyment and their use, I think that is our responsibility, not to constrain, but to expand, and I will support that every day. Thank you.
Just my rebuttal to that. There's a lot of things that people could do for the enjoyment of their property which might not benefit the people next door.
Absolutely.
You could open up any kind of activity you want for your enjoyment, but it's not providing enjoyment or respect to other people's property.
Talking chickens. Let's keep it at chickens.
But you're talking about expanding one's right to use their property.
I am. It's
And
with chickens.
I think that what we're going to be doing is you're going to wind up, you're going to have one neighbor on a street with a number of chickens. Person moved in, bought their house, they've been there for 25 years without chickens, or maybe one chicken, and you're going to expand that right so that everybody can have a chicken, and you're going to have people with chickens, and neighbors are going to say, you've infringed on my right. I bought this without a chicken next door, and now I've got 4, 5, or 6 of them that are back there. I smell them. We went through it in Ormond. I know you don't want to, but a lady had 3 acres on John Anderson, and we said, no chickens. It's agriculture. This is what the chickens are for. You want to make a pet out of a chicken? I mean, I grew up on a farm with chickens. I picked the eggs. I ate them. I got 1 or 2 for Easter one year, and then all of a sudden they disappeared, and we were eating little small chicken legs. We asked our dad where those Easter chickens went. He said, I took them to the farm. Wrong. So I think we're talking about one issue with one person who was tattled on by her neighbor about a dog that got caught with chickens. And I've seen it any number of times in my time where a person complains about a neighbor's boat, the code enforcement shows up and cites them for something else. So it happens all the time. I just think we're making a much about chicken to increase them. Just for one person that's saying they want 6 or they have 6 or 1 per person. I don't see any need in expanding it. Personally, if you want to come back, I'm going to vote against expanding it. If you want to take the time to do that, I just don't think that it's benefiting one person, maybe, but what you're creating is a whole nother coop of things.
Well, Mr. Chair, do you really think that if we expand this right for a citizen, the headlines is going to read, every citizen is going to run to Home Depot and Lowe's and build a chicken coop and get chickens just because? Do you really think that's going to happen, really?
What will happen, I don't control. What can happen, I know. It could happen. Ms. Post.
So I can say I'm definitely not worried about headlines, but my point would be more so the quality of life of all the other citizens. I'm absolutely for people having their own property rights and maintaining their own rights, but we also need to think about the quality of life of all of the other citizens, and that's still where I stand.
That's why we have agricultural zoning for
Right.
people who want to raise chickens. And Pat, if you were stop by one of those eggs for sale on your way in and pick me a dozen up next meeting, I'll pay for them. I'll pay for them.
They're not allowed in there, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. You'd be violating our policy. You really
No
don't want
eggs?
to do that, do you?
No eggs?
No, you don't want to. You don't want to violate our policy.
Well, I would be contributing to the enjoyment of a chicken who's shed its eggs for us. Ms. Cusack, I'm guessing you're going to say move on.
That's exactly.
You're going to go wind it up. The consensus of, I don't know, Ms. Wheeler, did you say you're in favor of?
I said where we are is today is that we have a limit of one chicken.
Yes.
And we have a citizen who would like to have more than one citizen.
Right.
Is that the?
That's what we.
It's the same thing as any other issue. We deal with one problem at a time, and I don't think we ought to change the rules for one incident.
Right.
And if that be the case, then I think that's really very stringent one. But you've had one citizen to complain that one is too many. One is not enough, excuse me. So I think that we have to move on, make a decision today and say we will not expand this rule or we will maintain this rule.
Okay.
And if we take a vote, we take a vote to expand or we don't. And we can move on, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we can, I guess we could just say all of those in favor of keeping the ordinance the way it is, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, all those who want to expand the ordinance as it is, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
So we got 4-3. Let the record show that Councilmember Post, Councilmember Kelly, and Councilmember Cusack voted to maintain the current level. So the three of us, most likely, if you bring back 2 chickens, or 4 chickens, or 10 chickens, are going to vote no. And when we start getting the calls from all the people, once these herd or flock of chickens fly into their neighborhood, thank you. Dr. Lowry, you want to make one
Just a real
closing
quick
comment?
comment. I kind of was under the impression we were just supposed to give staff a little guidance to maybe come back, that we weren't voting on a number today or even to expand or whatever, but we were asking them to give us some information.
Well,
That's what I felt like we were.
We weren't voting on that. There was a comment made to either fish or cut bait, or throw another animal in there.
Yeah.
And that is, you have now directed staff to come back with a proposal.
Okay.
By voting to expand the number of chickens a person may have on a 10,000 acre lot, which is, anyway. Mr. Deneen.
Mr. Chair, so that I'm going to sum up, so I think I can get direction out of this. I think that based on the fact that a majority of the council wants to consider expanding the regulation, that what we'll do is we'll look and do due diligence, look at what other people are doing, and then what we'll do is we'll come back with a menu of some ideas, because I do think that we'll probably come up with some different numbers for different zoning districts, and then you could pick what you would like to do. But we'll give you some options. I'll try to do, I have a lot of things on the next meeting. I'll try to make it by the next meeting, but is it okay if we make it the meeting after that?
That's fine.
All right, that's what we'll do.
Just a
Fred.
10-second comment. This is the conversation we had in Deltona, and once we implemented it, nobody complained. So just to let you know, that has not been an issue in regard to that. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Lowry?
This is similar to the conversation we had in Norman Beach, and once we denied it, no one complained. I rest my case.
Mr. Chair, move for a 10-minute recess, please.
Granted, 10-minute recess. Be back at, let's make it, we're back at 11. Good evening. Good afternoon, almost. We have exceeded by 2 minutes our official start time. All right. Because of the chicks in charge clucking away. Fortunately, I hadn't reconvened the meeting, so that was off. She did it. She made me do it.
All right. You got a pen here, George? Get a blue one. There you go. Okay.
We'll reconvene the council meeting at 11:03, and we're going to move on to one of my favorite things that I had to struggle through last meeting. So,
Well, Mr. Kelly, I'm here to help you.
you're here to help us.
Yes, sir.
And we are going to start with item 12, and that would be the appointments to the Library Advisory Board. And it doesn't tell me who gets to go first on this one, but there's only 2 of us, right?
Correct. The chair and District 2 each have an appointment carried
Right.
over from the last meeting.
Right.
You have the name of applicants in front of you.
Okay.
District 2 must be by District 2. Mr. Chair, you can
Go ahead.
consider any of the applicants.
I nominate Tom Hart to serve on the Library Advisory Board.
Excuse me. There's been a motion by the chair to nominate Tom Hart to the library board by the chair. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'm going to defer mine until the next meeting. The person that I had been talking to for quite some time, she's been out of town. I talked with her, and her application is coming in today. It's a Kim Horowitz.
Okay.
So I'll refrain until the next time.
All right. We'll move to item 13, Marcy.
Yes, sir. This is the Tourist Development Council. As you can see from the agenda summary in front of you, we have 2 categories that must be filled. You have numerous applicants. Some of them fit the category, some of them do not. Any council member may make the nomination.
I don't see mine on there on this list. I did have him. Ms.
Mr.
Patterson.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move Elizabeth Libby Gallant to the Tourism Development Council.
Okay. The motion has been made. With any objections? Without objection, motion will pass.
Mr. Chair, could we hang on 1 second? I had my updated agenda on the book up here
I'm trying to find mine, too.
Stepped out, and it's no longer here. So if anyone has,
There it is.
so I asked her for new ones. So thank you.
Okay. I had the one, and then here is we're on the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, and
No.
No, sir, we're on the
Tourist
item.
development.
Yes, item 13, Tourist Development Council.
Ms. Cusack.
Can we have a vote on Mr. Patterson's
It was without objection. It passed.
7-0? Okay, thank you.
Let me ask you, while we're doing this procedure, would we not be just as easy if each one of us nominated and then we took them collectively, or can you not do that?
I
do
defer to
that.
legal, I don't know.
I can say it's nominations for the Halifax Area Advertising Board. Each person
I
wants
think you
to
could do that
nominate
unless
one.
you want the question, unless someone asks the question to be separated.
I'm sorry? Each one has to be separate?
I think you could do that unless a member, one of you, asked that the question be separated so that they could vote separately on if they have an objection to a particular nominee for some reason.
Is that okay, or do you still want to go through one-on-one? Anybody, Ms. Cusack, if you want to make a nomination, and anyone else who wants to make a nomination for the Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
We're on the Tourist Development Council still.
Oh.
We have one more.
I thought we only had 2 on that.
We
Chair.
did. Did someone, did I miss someone nominating?
No.
Okay, Mr. Patterson nominated Ms. Gallant, so we have one more nomination to fill.
Okay, sorry. One more nomination. Ms. Cusack, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to nominate Virginia Joyner, please.
Okay. Virginia has, what's that license? I don't have.
Does she
Joyner
fit
has
the
been nominated
category?
Does she fit the category?
For the County Tourist TDC. I guess we went back.
Does she fit the category?
Does she fit the category?
Is that one, is she on here? Okay, she's on here. She's been made, motion's been made without objection.
Wait.
Wait.
We're still
We're still on this.
Please hold just a minute. They're determining whether or not she meets the qualifications to be on the board.
Oh, where is that?
I don't know why we...
At this point, too, if I could make a comment, Mr. Chair, if by the time council gets these applications, I would have assumed they have been vetted before council. We shouldn't have to make this, we shouldn't be having this discussion now. I'm going to assume anything that we receive has been vetted and fit the category.
Well, I think that the problem is that I understand that she would be eligible, but you do have, some of these are contingent upon one another. You've appointed.
What does that mean?
Well, Libby Gallant is, she is a person who may, she isn't owner or operator of a motel, but she can be, so I understand that you're approving someone who, Marcy, make sure that
Ms. Joyner, they're nominating her for number 2, an owner or operator of a motel, recreational vehicle park, or other tourist accommodation, unless you swap out categories that Ms. Gallant is in, person involved in tourism, who may or may not be an owner or an operator.
But she is a general manager, an operator? General
She fills that
manager
category.
This is crazy.
It is.
We just need to categorize them properly.
Okay, so she would be in the category of an operator, correct?
Which she? I'm sorry. She? Which one?
Gallant.
Elizabeth Libby.
No.
Owner or operator, right?
Yeah, she's the general manager of Daytona Beach Resort.
Okay, then we can put her in that category.
Okay. So then the only category left is not an owner or
Who
operator.
may or may not be.
I guess I've got to go back.
And that would, Mrs. Joyner would fit into that category.
So then we're good.
Ms. Joyner would fit in either of
Either category.
Either of the other 2 categories, so she's eligible for nomination.
Okay.
You have nominated Ms.
Nominate
Ms.
Mrs.
Joyner. Any objection? Without objection, the motion carries. Now then, there's one more, I'm guessing. Are we done?
You are done for the Tourist Development Council. Now we move on to item 14, Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
All right, and we have gradually moving on.
Now, this must be done by the rotation order I have put on your pages. There are 11 appointments. They all must be doing business in the taxing district. Not less than 6 of the members shall be selected from persons doing business in the lodging industry. I've set it out for you in lodging as well as in tourism.
Okay.
And the rotation is,
The at-large member, I think.
that would be you to start.
I think District 5 first.
District 5 is first.
Looks like it.
District 5?
Are y'all ready?
Say that.
Yes.
Michael Cardis, I nominate him, please.
Well, this is real nice, having this on the back of the page.
Pat Cardis.
Oh, that was,
I'm sorry, who did it?
Michael F. Cardis.
Michael
Michael Cardos.
has been nominated. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. And I guess I've got to make one. And I nominate Mihir Patel.
Nomination by the chair for Samir, for which one?
Wait a minute, sorry.
It's Samir Naran.
Samir Naran?
Narayan is who sorry, yeah.
Okay, for Samir Naran, without objection? Motion passes.
Okay, at large, Ms. Cusack.
Here's the new.
I would then nominate Mr. John Phillips.
Mr. John Phillips has been nominated. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. We go
District
to
1,
District
Mr.
1.
Patterson.
I move Blaine Stead Lansbury.
Oh, wait a minute, where's that?
Blaine Lansbury has been nominated by Mr. Patterson. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
District 2.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Kelly Dispinetti.
Kelly Dispinetti has been nominated. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
District 3.
Well, that's not even
Questions on the categories here, because we're saying, not less than 6 of the members shall be selected from persons doing business in the lodging industry. We've got just tourism.
Correct. Right now, we have 2 in lodging, 5 in tourism.
Okay, but does tourism fall within the lodging? That's a separate category.
Separate category.
Okay, and so there's a total of how many appointments?
11.
11 on this board? Okay, so we've already have 3, and not more than,
Not more than 5.
not less than 6. Not less than 6.
We have 4.
Correct. Not more than 5 in tourism. We'll give you 6 in lodging.
Okay, I want to make sure we're good with it. All right, I will nominate Stephen Farley.
Stephen Farley has been nominated by Ms. Denny's. Without objection, the motion will carry.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
would you, I cannot find the order of the rotation.
Well, it's
of
on the back, and that's,
It's in the agenda.
It's on the agenda, item 14.
but you've got to,
If
I
you-
had to turn over to the back to find the order.
Yeah, on the chart, it would not fit on the first page. It's on the second page of the chart. Or you can look in your agenda summary. It's all listed there.
It's on the back.
I've got so many sheets of paper up here, I'm having a hard time organizing them.
Look on mine, I've got it right here.
Will you scroll
gotta go
down on
from
the
here to
screen?
here.
Okay, we have it, next page, please. Next page. We have it in front of you now on the screen,
That's good.
okay? We're now on District 4, Ms. Post.
Okay, I'll just let her call them out.
So actually, can you go back to that screen? Because I wanted to.
Yeah.
So I'm confused. The chair mentioned Mahir Patel
Sorry, I was-
initially, but
I
you
was-
were not recommending him?
I did,
You
I
meant to
would have, but
recommend
I didn't.
Samir?
I
Mr.
nominated
Patel
Samir.
did not reapply.
Okay, that was my question, because they're, okay, gotcha.
Wow.
Okay.
We need 3 more in lodging.
So then I will nominate Jim Berkeley.
Jim Berkeley has been nominated. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
District 5, please.
I nominate John Betros.
John Batros has been nominated. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
And now we can, who is left on this one?
This is crazy. Very confusing.
We still can nominate in lodging, or we have to go in tourism. I'll nominate Joyce Borda. Yes, it says on here, so she's in tourism from this list?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Joyce Borda nominated.
The chair has nominated Joyce Borda for the Halifax Ad Authority in the tourism. Without objection, the motion carries.
Thank you.
At large, Ms. Cusack?
I don't know who's left.
I would move for a continuance.
That's a good call, I think.
Mm-hmm.
We'll now move to District 1. Mr. Patterson.
Elizabeth Gallant.
I thought
Done. I thought she was done.
I thought you nominated her, Ms.
You
Cusack.
nominated her the first time.
You nominated her first.
No, that was for the TDC.
somebody did.
That was the TDC. That's before the law board.
I nominated her to the TDC. This
Okay.
is for the advertising authority.
Okay, sorry. Elizabeth Libby Gallant has been nominated by Mr. Patterson. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries. And I hope we're finished with this one. Are we not?
I have to appoint one.
Except
Yes,
for
sir.
Councilmember Cusack, and by my count, you have the requisite number in the lodging industry, so she could, so she can appoint from,
The
nominate
tourist-
from either.
Correct.
From either one? Okay.
Correct.
Sorry, Ms. Cusack.
When, at such point in time when she's ready to do that, the lodging category has been filled, is all I'm saying.
Okay. I thought you said you wanted to
I do.
pass.
That's correct.
Okay.
Correct. We'll bring it back at a future meeting for her. Okay, we can move on to item 15, Children and Family Advisory Board. Let me get there. Okay, this has 9 appointments. The chair and the at-large both have an east side and a west side. And then it's district appointments. Must reside in the council member's district.
I will nominate Katie Hayward Mullins.
Good one. The chair has nominated Katie Hayward Mullins for, where are we? What board are we? It's Children and Families Advisory Board, CFAB. Without objection, the motion carries.
And I guess I can go ahead and do this other one, right?
And now you need a west side.
Nominate Claudia Roth.
The chair has nominated Claudia Roth.
I don't see her.
I don't see her.
Claudia's not on.
I don't.
Oh, she's not?
No. She's on the chart, but there's no application from her. The charts before you are the old members because they haven't been replaced and they're still serving till March 31st.
You need to look at the,
Well, Mr. Chair,
look at
then
the
I will go on
agenda
and
today
nominate.
for the applicants.
This is crazy.
I'll pass on this one to Ms. Cusack.
Okay, you continue.
Ms. Cusack, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry.
I would nominate Marjorie Johnson for the East Side appointment.
Marjorie Johnson has been nominated for the east side. Any objections? Without objection, Marjorie Johnson will be confirmed.
I thought I had an application for Mayor Bruno.
Oh, no.
You now need a west side.
I would then nominate Karen Begley.
Karen Bagley has been nominated by Ms. Cusack. Without objection, motion carries. Now, Marcy, if you would tell us where we go from here.
District
1, pardon?
District 1, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I was going to nominate Karen Bagley because I'd put her on originally. I do not know Eddie Molina, so I want a continuance at this point until I have at least a chance to talk to Mr.
Thank you.
Molina.
Mr. Patterson, continuing, we'll go to District 2, I'm assuming, right?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Mary Bruno.
Mary Bruno has been nominated by
Wheeler.
Ms. Wheeler. Without objection, motion carries.
Did we need a motion for my continuance to, I mean, I made a motion to continue, but,
We're okay with that?
okay.
I think we're just saying pass or go or something.
Okay, District 3, Ms. Denny's.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I nominate Maria Mills Benet.
Marie Mills Benet has been nominated by Ms. Denny's for the
CFAB.
Children and Families.
Any objection? Without objection, it's confirmed. I got way too many papers in
Okay,
front of me.
District 4, please, Ms. Post.
So I'm showing none. Did you not get an application from Katie Morelli? I had talked.
I'm sorry, from who?
Katie Morelli, she's, the seat was vacant.
I got a Katie Hayward Mullins, not a Morelli.
Because I'm not showing any on my sheet. I'm showing none under District 4.
Correct.
Okay.
Continue, or do you have somebody?
Well, I would like to nominate Katie. Morelli.
I can't, she has to live
We
in your
need
district.
an application.
We can continue it, and she can, let me see.
Does she have an application?
She
That's
may
what I'm
not
trying to find
desire
out.
to continue.
Yeah.
She had absences before. She may not be able to serve. I don't know.
I've talked to her.
Okay.
And that's my point. I've talked to her. She's interested, and I understand why that happened. So
Okay. We can continue it, and we can bring it forward when we have her new application.
there is no submitted application.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'll continue.
Just continued.
Yes.
District 5.
I
I
ask
guess.
for continuance, please.
District 5.
Be a better way.
Now, I guess we go back to the chair. No?
No, sir. We're going to move on to item 16, the Animal Control Board. At the last meeting, Ms. Cusack and Mr. Lowry continued.
There's no chicken owners on this one.
There is a bird on there.
I want a chicken on.
I'm getting really hungry. I don't know about you guys.
If at all possible, we'd like them to be in the categories we've set forth on there. They do not have to reside in your district, so any of the applicants are available. At large, Ms. Cusack.
I'd like to nominate Judy Malone.
I'm trying to find the list myself now. Judy Malone. Judy Malone has been nominated. Any objections? Hearing none, motion is confirmed.
Mr. Lowry, do you have a
I
nomination?
nominate Janine Coletti.
Okay. That completes that board.
Which one is that?
Let's move to item 17.
You nominated one, right?
Janine Coletti.
Coletti? Yeah. Okay. Janine Coletti has been nominated by Mr. Lowry. Any objection? Hearing none, she is confirmed. Now we go to 17.
The Cultural Council. Mr. Chair, you have a West Side appointment.
And that would be, I nominate Tom Leputka.
The chair has nominated Tom Apupka for the Cultural Council. Without objection, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Just put it on the card. Okay, that completes that item. We move on to item 18, which is the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. This is the first time you all are making these nominations for appointments. The chair and at-large members both have 2 nominations. They do not have to reside in your district. There's a total of 9.
I'm guessing they would, though. Sorry.
On this page, they must reside in Volusia County, right? That would be our district.
Yes, ma'am, all of Volusia County, I'm sorry.
I nominate Bill
I just couldn't pass.
Hester.
I appreciate it. A little levity's always good.
There's been a nomination by the chair from Bill Hester for the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee without.
And I nominate Gregory Aiken.
The chair has nominated Gregory Aiken for the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. Without denial, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would nominate Bernie LaField.
Bernie LaFields has been nominated by Ms. Cusack. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
My second appointment, Mr. Chair, would be Sandra Gray.
Sandra Gray has been nominated by Ms. Cusack. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. Unanimous.
Mr. Patterson?
Mr. Chair, I nominate Gerald Feaser.
Gerald Feaser has been nominated for the Agricultural Business Interrelations Committee. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Wheeler?
I would like to excuse me. Robert Gast.
Robert Gast has been nominated by Ms. Wheeler. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay, District 3.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of these applicants, what's the maximum advisory board members they can serve on?
No more than 2 boards.
So what happens if we appoint somebody and they've already been appointed? I mean, because they're all running together to me right now.
Yeah,
But some of these names I'm seeing again, I don't know if they've just applied or they've been appointed. What happens, Ms. Zimmerman, if
I think right now we're okay. I will double check when the meeting is over, but at the moment I think we're okay.
Okay. Well,
If
with
there's
that,
an issue, well, bring it back at the next meeting.
okay, we can just rectify it, remedy it. Okay. I'm going to then appoint Alex Penalta to the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee.
Alexander Panetta has been nominated by Ms. Denny's. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
Okay, then we go to Ms. Post, District 4.
I would like to nominate David Griffiths for the Agribusiness Interrelations
Good
Committee.
choice.
Uh-huh.
David Griffiths has been nominated by Ms. Post. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
And Mr. Lowry, I'm not sure there's anybody left, so we need to continue yours.
Mr. Lowry's nomination for the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee will be continued. We'll move to item 19, I'm guessing.
Yes, sir, that's the Eco Advisory Committee. The chair has a West Side nomination for appointment and District 2. These were continued at the last meeting.
For the West Side nomination, I nominate Pam Clayton to the Eco Advisory Board.
The chair has nominated Pam Clayton to the Eco Advisory Board. Without opposition, the motion carries unanimously.
And Ms. Wheeler, we don't have any applications from District 2.
Okay.
Actually, we do.
Heath Barrow.
No, I would like to hold that off.
Okay.
I do have an application coming in. Again, is supposed to have that in today, and I would like to hold off.
I was looking at this one. Sure, you can continue it. I'm sorry. And there was someone on there. I was looking at my cheat sheet here. I apologize. We will continue it.
Is that it? We move now to 20?
District 5, we still have an appointment in District
Yeah,
5.
okay. District 5.
There was only a chair and a District 2 on that one, on item 19.
Mine is showing 5.
Yeah, it shows 5.
Well, it's showing, I guess we could have chosen, Ms. Cusack and I could have chosen from 5.
I think you're looking at the applications.
I don't know what I'm looking at anymore.
On the agenda.
That is because that could that District 5 could have been the chair's west side appointment, so I had to list it.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you, yeah.
All right, let's move on to item 20, please. That is the Historic Preservation Board. This also were some of your continuances. The chair has an east side, a west side. The at-large has a west side, and then there's District 3 and District 4. The electors do not have to reside in your district, except for the at-large and the chair, Ms. Cusack.
I'm going to nominate Bonda Garrison from the east side for the Historic Preservation Board.
The chair has nominated Bonda Garrison for the Historic Preservation Board. Without opposition, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now you need a west side?
On the west side, I nominate Tom Roberts.
Okay, the chair has nominated Tom Roberts, Preservation Board. Without opposition, the motion carries unanimously.
Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
We have two people there, Randall Howell and Jared Mitchell. It doesn't say what district. I know Jared Mitchell is in District 1.
You're right, I'm sorry. They came in kind of at the end.
I think they're probably
I
getting passed
apologize.
over.
So Jared Mitchell is in District 1, Mr. Patterson?
Jared Mitchell is in District 1, I believe. Mr. Howell is in District 2.
Well, I know that I have already nominated Tom Roberts. Had I known Jared Mitchell would have been in 1, I would have nominated him. It wasn't clear to me at the time.
I apologize. Do you want to change it?
You can pull it.
I would like to withdraw my nomination. Is that okay?
The chair has withdrawn his nomination of which one, Mr. Roberts?
Yes, yes, of Tom Roberts.
The chair is removing his nomination of Tom Roberts. Any opposition? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Chair, your nomination is to?
Jared Mitchell.
The chair has nominated Jared Mitchell to the Historic Preservation Board. Without opposition, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Cusack now has a west side.
You just took my west side, but I'll go with, I would nominate Oscar Brock.
Oscar Brock has been nominated by Ms. Cusack. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
District 3, Ms. Denny's.
It has to be in my district.
Does not have to
one.
reside in your
Does
district.
not have to be in my district?
No, ma'am.
Oh, it does not have to be.
But I am going to nominate Gina Stager.
Gina Steger has been nominated by Ms. Denny's. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
And District 4.
Sorry.
I'm gonna ask for continuance on that one.
Ms. Post has asked for continuance. We'll move to District 5.
No, sir, that's
Oh, that was
all
it?
there is. Yes.
You already did yours. Good guy.
We're moving on to item 21. Item 21 is the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. There is still an at-large and a District 1 appointment remaining, or there still are.
So that would be Ms. Cusack.
And they can be either in lodging or non-lodging, because the requirement for lodging was already met.
I would like to nominate Donna Ruby.
Donna Ruby has been nominated by Ms. Cusack for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. Any objection? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
And Mr. Patterson?
I want to nominate Mike Arman.
Mike Arman has been nominated by Mr. Patterson for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous.
Okay, we're on the last item.
Thank you.
For appointments.
Sorry.
Mr. Chair, there's still one appointment on the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission.
I nominate Stephen Costa for the PLDRC. I guess that's what this is.
Yep. The chair has nominated Stephen Costa for the PLDRC. Without opposition, the motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you.
Must be a better way to do this.
We're in the public participation, and
Yes, sir, I have 2 slips for public participation.
I'm sorry?
I have 2
Okay.
slips for public participation.
Do I have them?
No, I do.
What I thought. Marjorie Johnson.
Oh, I didn't see her.
Greetings, Marjorie Johnson,
Good morning.
122 South Keith Street. I'm here today because I feel that shelter cannot wait. And I would like to, the county manager, Mr. Jim Deneen, and all of you here, county council members, to make this homeless problem your first priority for the year 2017. I was at the city commission meeting last night in Daytona Beach, and we have done our part as allocating monies for this, and I would like for this county to do their part to move this forward. Also, I would like to see diversification of the workforce. I spoke about this at the last meeting, and I will continue to speak about it until I see some progress. I'd like to commend our Representative Joyce Cusack at large for the outstanding job she has done in bringing this issue before you. And I have spoke with my representative, Billy Wheeler, when I was out on the campaign trail. And I encouraged her to work to make this a priority and to make it happen. And I also spoke to you, County Council Chair Ed Kelly, about this, and I'd like to see it happen because it's not happening at this time. And we need to make sure everyone is represented and represented fairly. So I'm encouraging you all here today. You are here to do the people's work, and service is the price you pay for the space that you occupy. And you're sitting here occupying space, and we want to make sure that that occurs. Also, I'd like to commend our manager, Mr. Jim Deneen, for the outstanding job he's doing. And I did praise him last night at the city commission meeting because he is working, he's fulfilling the charter of this county. And I am not happy about all the negative publicity that I have been reading about in the news journal. And I commend Mrs. Cusack because she spoke clearly and said that the charter is clear. And he is following our charter. And thank you for an outstanding job, and you was praised highly last night, and we want you to continue to do the fine job that you're doing to represent this county. Kudos to you, and kudos to all of you. We want you to do your work. You're here to do the people's work. Make it happen.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Smythe.
God bless you all. I appreciate the opportunity to address you here today.
Sorry, what was your name?
What's that?
Name and address.
Oh, yes. My name is Judge Reverend C. Smythe, Victory Press, 250 Pelican Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida. There's 100,000 septic tanks in Volusia County that need to be cleaned up. I would be very grateful if you guys would give some priority to that. And when the Honorable Michael Chitwood was police chief of Daytona Beach around 3 years ago, he was on the local radio programs and subsequently in the local newspapers, saying that he thought the homeless people were a bunch of scumbags and that he wanted to put them all on a big barge, send it out to sea, and sink it. Then on August 22nd, 2011, a fellow was arrested by Daytona Beach Police Department for sleeping in public. The case is styled State of Florida versus William Bradford Carter et al. There were 11 total cases plus 29 additional cases. Case number 2011 45092 MMAES. Honorable Judge Bell Schuman signed a 15-page order dismissing and closing all cases on February 9th, 2012. Please take the time to read this case, as it greatly affects the homeless situation going on right now. And then my friends in Tallahassee advised me in the last couple of days that Governor Scott's Enterprise Florida has been canceled and that Visit Florida is being restructured. Please stop all corporate welfare and forced socialism in Volusia County, where you take the taxpayers' money and give it to these multinational corporations. Finally, I'm personally offended and outraged at Mr. Chitwood's recent efforts to slur and disparage the good name and reputation of the Honorable County Manager and Honorable County Attorney. I suspect you'll see much more of this from the Sheriff, and perhaps a recall petition against him is in order at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We now will move to discussion of matters not on the agenda, and I'm taking leeway and asking Ms. Denny's to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go into my other issue, I think something, council members, we need to watch as this legislative process continues here in the state. Some of the bills here that will be affecting us. Yesterday, Billy and I represented you at the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council at the Lynx Building. There was much discussion over some House bills and Senate bills that are proceeding. But if one goes through, Lee Constantine, who used to be a state rep and senator, will have an immediate impact to Seminole County's general fund budget of $10 million. Volusia structured pretty much closely to that of Seminole County. So what I want us to do is, before we look at committing any dollars, especially when they have millions attached to them, before we get through this legislative session, I'm going to tell you it will be fiscally irresponsible to approve any projects that are not in the budget or our forecast prior to seeing what's going to come down from this legislative session and have financial impacts to the counties and to the cities, because there are some consequences. Unfunded mandate is a kind word to use with where some of this is gaining steam. And then if you add that to what we heard earlier in presentations on the CDBG money and the LI HEAP money, we have a responsibility, as this council has done even before my tenure, to support our citizens and the health, safety, and welfare of that. So with that, if these programs are cut, that money will come from the general fund. You need to know that. This money comes from somewhere. So I don't think any of us, as we're talking about homeless issue and wanting to go forward on projects, want to hurt any of the existing services that we're rendering to our citizens. So I'm just saying that as a general statement on that particular issue. This legislative session could have some very real budgetary and fiscal constraints to how we go forward. So I'm asking, until we see how this legislative session finishes, they're done, when are they done, Pat? They done in March?
May 5th.
May 5th? They start in March, okay. The last year it was off. So until we get into May, I think it is fiscally imprudent to approve anything not currently in the budget of any, and I'm talking the millions with that kind of price tag. So that's just a personal comment on where I see going forward with this. But here's another issue. Mr. Eckert, you and I talked about this. So I've got a copy of our charter right here. And based on what I've been hearing, and the concerns, and the criticisms, and whether it's legal, whether it's not legal, who's the law, who isn't the law, I think the question that we're dealing with right now very genuinely is, are we governed by a rule of law? And I think the answer, we better all say yes. And if we say yes, we are governed by a rule of law. Our rule of law as council members and in this county that we were elected to, and we swore our oath to, as did every other elected official, appointed department head or elected, is the county charter. That's not news. That hasn't changed. That's our rule of law. But that being said, because that is our rule of law and the charter, within that rule of law and within that charter, there is Section 1311-2. Section 1311-2 is the Volusia County Charter Repeal Commission. And before you get to that, Section 1303 on charter review states that, and we did just, and for the constituent comments that I'm getting saying, how come you haven't reviewed the charter? Well, we did. Yes, granted, it was initiated in 1970, but we just finished a 10-year review. It was done very publicly in the media. It was advertised. It's not hidden. It's not a gotcha moment. So it has been a very public process that we all participated in, or chose to participate or not participate. But Section 1303 in Charter Review says the commission shall be appointed at least once every 10 years. That's the minimum. We could appoint one once a year if we chose to. But by standards, the minimum standard is once every 10 years. So, Mr. Eckert, in Section 1311-2 of our charter, because this is where the discussion is, in a charter repeal, we can appoint a charter repeal commission not more than 18 months prior to the succeeding general election, which would be May. So the earliest council, if we choose to appoint a charter repeal commission, the earliest it can be appointed is in May, to be completed within 12 months. So on this issue that's making the media on whether or not the sheriff should be a constitutional office, would indeed require repeal of the Constitution. Not a constitution of the charter, a repeal of the charter. And there's a process to that. So, Mr. Eckert, would this council have the authority to call for a charter repeal commission in May?
Well, the restoration of the constitutional office of sheriff has been judicially determined in one circuit court case to be a partial repeal of the charter. So if you looked at the language of the amendment processes, the legislature chose the word amend in each of those sections. So my judgment is that neither and the word is repeated in each of them, and there's no reason to assume that it's used differently in each of the sections, at least in my view. The court has determined that the sheriff the office of sheriff could not be restored by repeal, so I don't think the council has the authority to propose an amendment to the charter which would repeal, nor do I think the Charter Review Commission has the authority to repeal. The entity which could establish a constitutional office of sheriff is the legislature by special act approved by the law by the voters of the county. So how they're not constrained by the procedures of the Charter Review Commission. They can act with or without it. The 1311.2 is a mechanism for the voters to by 15% countywide and then 15% in the majority, I'm reciting from memory, in those precincts which constitute a majority of the voters of the county. So, but so long as the legislature follows its own rules, it can propose an amendment to a special act which would repeal the charter in whole or in part, or revise it as it sees fit.
So, is it accurate to state then that the council can't go forward with a repeal commission unless it's been granted by an act of the legislature?
Well, the repeal commission is a mechanism for the voters to cause the issue to be addressed by the legislative delegation.
So this would just, I guess I'm trying to drill down to this, come to the conclusion is that it still would not give the council the authority to repeal that office.
No, it does not. It's not the council which acts under that.
This authority lies with, we were birthed in the legislature, the county charter was. The repeal lies in the authority of the state legislature, even if by petition it would still go back to the legislature for the final word, the final authority. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I just wanted to take this down to the rule of law and take it out of personalities and out of adjectives and adverbs and take it to the law. Anything that's outside the rule of law on this issue, I personally am not going to comment on anymore. So, council members, I think it's clear that we have no authority, from what we've heard, to convene another commission or repeal commission. It is up to the legislature. I just wanted to be clear on this issue that, and Mr. Chair, that's what I wanted to, the two major issues for me was the warning on the spending to see what's going to happen within the current legislature. I think this is very real consequences to us in our general fund. And just defining the rule of law and where we have the right to move around in that rule of law and what we can and cannot do. So that's all I have. Mr. Eckert, any final comments on that?
No, well, just the basis of my opinion is the choice of the language in the charter by the special act. It uses the word amend. In 1975, the Attorney General drew the distinction between amend and repeal that I just made. As a matter of fact, the Attorney General relied upon a decision of the Florida Supreme Court which distinguished between amend and revise. So the case. The Attorney General opined that, well, if the court's saying that a revision, revision under former provisions of the Constitution is not the same thing as amendment, so much the more the idea of repeal. The 1975-76 Charter Review Commission put that procedure in there for the voters to be able to petition what it amounts to the legislature to repeal it, but that doesn't constrain the legislature. It's the court in 1994, when this issue was brought forward, I wrote a memo that said that raised much the same issues as we're discussing now, and said that I could not advised the council that the issue was so clear that it not be put in the ballot, but I essentially expressed my opinion that repeal was not within the scope of amendment. The court agreed with that, although the county did not argue on the issue. It was suit brought by two private citizens. So, but I think if you review the case law, one would come to the same conclusion. It is, we have all powers not inconsistent with general law or with special law approved by a vote of the electors. And so if in the final analysis, while it's beyond the council's authority to initiate repeal of the charter by your own action, then it's within the authority of the legislature to revise it or to repeal it, so long as that is done by upon the vote of the electors.
So the question then, within 1311.1 on the petition, so what is the purpose of the 15% petitions? There's always remedy within the law. So the remedy, it appears built in, is the petition process of 15%. What does that allow the citizens to accomplish then? Why would they do a 15% petition within the charter for repeal if it's based on the legislature?
I think, well, this was by the County Charter Review Commission. I think it was to create a sense for the legislature that there was a broad consensus not consensus because 15% is not all the voters, but that there was a broad sentiment to cause this issue to be studied again.
So
remember, the history of the charter is in 1969 that our legislative delegation introduced a bill to create a charter study and review commission. The voters voted on it in 1970. The county commission was antagonistic to the inception of the charter. 5 years later, the Attorney General said amendment did not, in an opinion to then Senator Dunn. So what I would see is that this is a gauge of the sentiment for the legislature to determine whether or not it wishes to deal with the issue. But
so if there was a 15% petition initiative set forth, it still would not have an impact on the council for repeal or amendment. It would be to the legislature.
Yes.
So that's the flow chart of process in a rule of law. Just because it's in our county charter doesn't mean that at the end of the day, this council can override the will of the people.
Can I borrow the text?
Yes, sir. Yep. So, Mr. Eckert, I'd be happy to always hand you the law. I'm just saying.
Mr. Chair, may I weigh in on this?
Please do.
I just wanted to recite the exact text rather than from memory, that the Volusia County Charter Repeal Commission shall be appointed by the legislative delegation. Commission appointed shall meet in the same number for a charter commission. It meets, now I'm paraphrasing, and presents to the council any recommendations for new form, including a transition procedure from the charter form of government. After receipt of the Charter Repeal Commission's recommendations, the council conducts public hearings and shall thereafter submit the recommendations to the legislative delegation for the purpose of seeking legislative approval. You really have a limited role. It's the legislature which drives this process. Now, this is a process that is designed to allow the voters to cause the legislature to deal with this issue, but it doesn't constrain at least in my view.
And then, if they did that, to go that one step further, they could create the change would still have to be voted on by the people.
Right, and the repeal commission, if you look at it, it's designed because it's designed so that there ends up with a cohesive act to be presented to the voters on the form of the government. Council should, and so, and I don't know that it binds the legislature. It's a redress procedure for them to formulate a cohesive law to be introduced for approval of the voters. Nothing can happen without the local voters, the voters of the county.
And I think that's what Ms. Cusack was probably going to say, also to point out the real basic point. This council has no ability whatsoever to appoint a repeal commission or a charter review commission to take action to create a constitutional officer. I think that's pretty much the law, and that's where we are. And there's some of us who've been saying that in spite of what others have been saying in the media, because we understand, thanks to your explanation, the law. Thank you, Mr. Anything else? We will continue on now with comments. Ms. Wheeler. Who's that? Did you want to go on that? Okay.
That question was answered because I just wanted to be very clear on the record that the authority that we have is almost nil. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes, I would just like to make a comment that I would like to be attending the Florida Association of Counties Conference. I did mention it to staff, but I don't know what the policy is on us in a situation like this or any board.
The protocol has always been, and there's not a written law, the protocol has always been that someone would come forward and just announce that they were going to do, whether it's do anything in terms of off-site travel in relationship to the council.
Okay.
So if that's what you're doing, that's what you're doing.
She's announcing it. And I think that maybe at some point we might want to look at a announcement in a situation in advance of. So, and that's what you're doing, unless anyone has a objection.
But as far as I can see, that the council's never adopted any formal policy or rule. That's just sort of been the practice.
But since I've been on the council, we have been a member.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And now we're not.
We are.
We went back. We quit, and then recently introduced legislation to go back, and we did. Remember, Mr. Patterson did that.
Patterson said we should leave, and he also said we would go back.
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
So
at this point, we are members, and so I think that the rule will still be applicable, that we would be able to attend.
Thank you.
But I think then the policy is, as I understand it from the previous members, is that we ask or announce. And really you're asking by announcing the protocol. To travel on that. Okay. Travel. Yes, sir, Mr. Patterson.
Travel on what? You mean to the
this is for the
Any travel needs to be announced to the council.
unless it's in conjunction with serving on a board.
Mr. Chair, there's
I'm just trying to get a clarification, because I remember the stink that was created when the council went to Hawaii for an ACO meeting, and that I thought there was some policy that came up that the only person that was going to those meetings was going to be the chair. I guess I just need some clarification there.
What we need to talk about, and I think this is a good a good discussion to have, is what this protocol of this council is going to be going forward, and that's what the issue is. What's the protocol? Because we're a collegial body, and whatever we as colleagues determine will be our protocol. I think that it is not unreasonable to announce, and approval is not even a bad word, that among us, you know, because if there's a conference, we don't need all 7 of us going. Because there's just no reason for that. And so we don't want travel for the sake of travel, and it has to be effective and make sure that we are on point and on purpose of county business. So I think that if we, as members, and it's never been a problem, I have to say, we've never had an issue, at least that I can remember since I've been on council, yet that I'm aware of. We'll put it that way. But I think if we just, as council members, just announce it, just where you're going to go.
One of the other reasons that it's announced publicly like this is I consider that my authority then to pay the expenses. Because you've announced it at a public meeting, and then if anyone questions, I can say they were on county business and it was approved. And then I'm the one that authorizes your payment. I don't authorize you going, I authorize your expenditures. And so that's one of the reasons that we use it in public.
Yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. I wanted to do that in respect to my council members and everything, and because I was involved in the state league of cities. And so I certainly would like to be involved in the Florida Association of Counties. So I thank you all for understanding that, and out of respect, I would always come before my council to make sure I was on board and everybody was on the same page.
And I still am of the opinion that for expenditures, for travel, we should come and ask and not tell, and we can do that at some point in time to create that so that we all are aware of travel that anyone seeks. I don't think anyone is going to just arbitrarily not allow it if there's justification for the travel. But it's also a good idea to keep in mind of where our expenses are going from our little budget that we have. So we can do that at a later date. Maybe you could prepare a simple statement to bring back to see whether we want to adopt that or not.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
So is this a formal policy then, or a procedure?
It will be a
Formal policy.
Formal policy that says you ask for travel in advance of. It's been any government, I think, doesn't just ad hoc travel. It's always asked for, or in this case, announced.
I would just like to clarify that. Now, that's not for when, like, Ms. Denny's and I had to go to a board meeting. And we also have another
board meetings.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that is clarified.
That's in county travel. We're talking out-of-county travel.
Out-of-county travel, or let's say that somebody...
Well, no, it's not in county. No, it's out of county.
Let's stipulate that not associated with the boards we have been appointed to and directly with their meetings. That's just we're kind of smart enough to figure that one out. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Wheeler?
Not at this time.
No flock of seagulls or movie? Ms. Cusack, she's trying to lead me down a bad road. Cusack, can you go ahead and say something?
Might be a little late on that, I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment about my concerns about things that could be potential of a concern to a department head, or legislation that will impact the operation of that particular department, that it would not be, in my opinion, unreasonable, but they could be able to present the pros and cons of that issue. And so, in going forward, I'd like for us to be able to have any type of legislation that potentially impacts a department or the operation of that department or the leadership of that department, that they be able to come and to also testify. Same as in the past, the supervisor of election has come when there's legislation that impacts the supervisor of election, and the operation of elections has come and stated the reason why she supports or opposes something that we're that is being done legislatively, I think that other departments should also be able to do that. So I'd like to have that as a part of our record, that when there is a bill that is being passed through the legislature that has a positive or a negative impact on the operations of Volusia County government, that both pros and cons of that issue should be announced and presented to us. And if that is and I'd like to have, if you agree with that, or if you disagree with that, let me know, or say, at least express your concerns. And then secondly, I want to say that we have to move into the direction of doing the business of county government, and we cannot, there's been lots of media attention saying that we are not as involved as we ought to be when we make decisions. Every decision that is made here, I feel that I have a judiciary responsibility to articulate and know the issue. And so if there are things that we don't know, then we do have staff that tries to inform us of those things. And you cannot be an authority on every issue that comes before you. So you have to rely on the expertise of staff. And so I trust the staff here, and any time that trust is challenged, then that's a problem for me. Because it's a problem in as much as I believe when Jim Deneen says that this is what we will do, or this is what happened, if Dan Eckers tell me from a legal standpoint, this is what the law said, unless you can come to me and show me different in the law where there is a conflict, then that needs to be made known. I trust what you say. And so I just want it to be clear that there is rules and tools, and we need to be able to manage both. That's all I needed to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack. Dr. Lowry.
I needed to bring forward, Mr. Bailey is here if you have any questions. The Relay for Life group in DeBerry, Gemini Springs on April 8th would like the hours extended. This is a yearly thing when they come before us. I know the chair would like to handle these different in the future, but just to get through today, I need to ask this council to approve the extended hours at Gemini Springs on April 8th. This is a yearly event.
Yeah, good afternoon. Tim Bailey, Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. Yeah, we have worked with Relay for Life in the past. Great group, great event. They're looking to just extend the hours till, I believe, midnight, April 8th.
Was that in the form of a motion?
That's in the form of a motion, please.
Is there a second? Second by Ms. Cusack. A motion was made by Dr. Lowry to extend the hours for the Relay for Life and DeBerry. Without objection.
I find this interesting because we've been criticized by the newspapers and everybody else because we have motions here at the end of the meeting on simple little issues like this or other issues that we don't have it on the agenda. I just want to remind everybody, I mean, I'm not against this and I'm for it. I'm just saying here we are doing something that we've always done, but the last week or so we've been heavily criticized because we put something on the agenda, or didn't put something on the agenda, but we brought something up at the end of the meeting, and oh my God, it's the end of the world. So, I'm in favor of this.
I'll do this a different way. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
I got a couple, one or two other
yes.
things.
I just thought that was important.
Okay. I just want to thank Councilman Dennis for bringing up what you brought up. I'm not going to rehash all that. And also what Council Lady Cusack said, trust is a coin of the realm. And we cannot possibly know everything about everything up here. And as we get older, we find out we know less about things that we thought we knew. And I appreciate the staff here. I feel confident, too, when I go into a meeting that I'm about as prepared as I could possibly be and have the background of everything that I need to have. And I just want to say thank you to the staff, especially legal with the things recently, and appreciate the job you do. I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
We got an hour here? Actually, no. I just have two items. One, I have an individual who is buying a piece of property here in Volusia County. He has taken a while because he's been trying to make sure there's not any environmental issues in the ground. But it's a kind of a health club type of thing, and it's in a particular zoning. But it's CrossFit, and for some reason CrossFit doesn't fit in a B5, and so he would like to have the council consider an ordinance that would change that. It would mean that the staff would, in other words, I'd like to get an okay to direct this towards staff to look at this issue to see if this particular zoning could fit into the B5 category and bring it back to the council at a later date.
I think that's a good idea because that wasn't around probably when that ordinance was written.
Right. So,
or at least the
so
definition
he wants,
of CrossFit.
wants to do it. So
Everybody
that's
okay with that?
So do we have direction from council to draft up an ordinance?
You do.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, council. Last thing is, I have a newspaper article I'll send to everybody. I haven't done it, but it was in Monday's paper over on the West Coast. Manatee County is revisiting the concept of a charter government. It failed a few years ago, but because of events that are happening, they find that it's necessary to look at a charter form of government. So everybody who kind of feels that the charter form of government is antiquated and out of date is pretty much reasons why the home rule charter. And there's constant assaults. Even the cities right now are under assault by the legislature to take away their home rule authority. And that's what it's all about, is Volusia County making their decisions. It's interesting to note there are 20 charter counties in the state of Florida, Volusia County being the first one created under the 1968 Constitution. Those 20 counties represent 75% of the state of the population of the state of Florida. That was in the article that I read. 75% of the population of the state of Florida are in a charter county. There's 20 counties. The reason is because it does work. It'll stand the test of time, and that's just my little editorial piece for the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Post.
So I actually have a number of things. The subject of the land acquisition that we did before in the last meeting from Main Street. Again, there's been lots of discussion about that, and I've had citizens ask about it, and so I would like staff or Jamie, if you could give some clarification on what exactly happened with that and where we're at now, just for the record.
Yes, ma'am. I sent you all an email last night with that, included some notes that I had taken contemporaneously with a meeting we had with the City of Daytona Beach staff. Prior to acquiring the property, we had 2 appraisals done. The appraisals included the zoning classifications and a list of the uses that were principal permitted uses in those zoning classifications. Both myself and Clay Irvin, who is our planning director, reviewed the city's code and analyzed what uses could and could not occur on that property. It is a consolidation of property for us, as it is adjacent to us. So although it's a small parcel, it's less than 3/4 of an acre. When you add it into the rest of the Ocean Center property, it becomes part of our greater complex. We explained to you all our understanding of the code, which was that if we leased it to an adjacent bar or business, that they could take it through the Bike Week process, and it could have itinerant merchants, that we, the county, could take it through the Bike Week process, and it could be used for static displays. The principal use is parking. One of the principal uses is parking, or we could take our special use permit, which we've had for the Ocean Center since 1982. We could amend that to incorporate this parcel. After the newspaper articles kind of indicated that we hadn't done our due diligence, we followed up with a meeting. Mr. Irvin and I met with the redevelopment director, the planning director, and 2 of the attorneys in the city attorney's office, and we confirmed all of our understandings. The concern we heard from the redevelopment director was that that is not the highest and best use of the property. None of the things that I have just laid out in their view is the highest and best use of the property. They have it shown on their E-zone as a promenade, and they actually have the parking lot that is west of the Peabody, north of this site. They show that Ocean Center parking lot as a hotel. So that is what the city would like in their E-zone, and they view that as their highest and best use for those properties. They also expressed concern that if the county used it for Ocean Center parking only, that it would cut off the Main Street merchants from having the possibility of using it for parking, which they have a dearth of parking in that area, and they view that as a complaint. And that is something that the redevelopment director has heard consistently from those businesses along Main Street. Mr. Irvin and I both assured them that we were certain that if it was not used for an Ocean Center event, the county would be more than willing to work with the city for it to be available on a basis for those merchants. The only time we really need it, as Mr. Lowry expressed, was when we have those really, really big events and we don't have enough parking. So in that email was not only my notes, but also I provided you with an addendum to the contract, which was offered up by the bank. And I would like you all to consider that at this time, if that's appropriate. I would have brought it up on kind of attorney time, but Ms. Post brought it up. What this does is allows us to go through and amend our special use permit. It moves the closing from April 2nd out to no later than July, but more likely we should finish this in June. If we do not receive final approval from the City of Daytona Beach, as we believe we should, to amend our special use permit, the contract would be null and void and we would not buy the property. And so I do think that it was misrepresented in the papers. I do believe, mainly because I did it, that we did our due diligence. I would never present to you the purchase of a piece of property that could not be used for the purposes for which we intended it to be used.
Let me summarize the one part of this, because she's asked to move this forward, which she was going to do, but since you brought this up, as far as this contract, and what we're being asked to look at is to amend the contract we currently had, which had no
contingency and time period to do it.
It was to have closed April 2nd or 5th?
Yes, sir.
It was to have closed April 2nd. So to allow the further negotiation or explanation or so forth, staff is asking that we approve what you have in front of us, a contract for sale and purchase amendment to the existing contract. So if we can do that now in conjunction with what you had asked about. Everyone had it and had a chance to look at it?
I don't have it. I need a hard copy of it. Oh, you did?
Yes, ma'am. I handed one out to everybody, but I'll go ahead and give you
Mr.
mine.
Chair. If I can add, so it's very clear, all this does, the bank offered it, is to make sure that everybody's happy, that we get everything signed off by the city before we would ever buy the property, so that there's no mistake.
Jamie?
If anyone needs to take a second or a minute to look at it, but it's just basically extending the closing date so that it all can be worked out. And we have an option, three options, either to do this, to do nothing and let it not close, or to close on it April 2nd. Patterson, you look like you wanted to say something.
Well, I know, because the other option is just to back out of the deal, and I don't want to.
By not closing, that's backing out.
Yeah, and I don't want to back out of the deal.
So that eliminates it down to two.
I'm just frustrated that I know that our attorneys did everything right, and to be criticized for doing something all right constantly just kind of frosts me a little bit. And I've said that, and somehow the people over there on the east side of the county think we're the evil people here, and we just basically were doing.
Hey, come on.
All right, some of you.
The east side's as good as the west side.
I'm talking about a particular little group.
So the option is to go ahead and go through
I meant
with
the
it.
east side of the county that we were doing something evil, and I'm tired of hearing all that.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. I believe staff did their due diligence in understanding. We have a solid leg to stand on with Clay Irving and Ms. Seaman doing the investigation of it. And I feel, and we were told that when we had our preview of this, that we felt we were in the right and that we could work it out with Daytona in obtaining the things we needed to make this a workable project. The other thing is we're grouping items together in this package that creates a greater value than each individual property individually. So that if in the fact that Daytona says we feel it's better for a hotel, okay, we'll either lease it to someone to build a hotel or we'll sell it. So we all come out a winner by being able to put this all together. If we let it go and don't do something, all the little pieces could go apart, and their idea of a E-zone may never happen.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make the motion that we go ahead with the extension, move for the extension to, what's the date on that?
July.
It's no later than the end of July, but we anticipate that we would close as soon as the approval from the city
Okay,
is.
so
No later than July 31st or as soon as.
Move
Yes,
approval
sir.
of the extension to no later than the end of
Is there a
July.
second? I'll second. Motion is made, seconded by Ms. Cusack, made by Mr. Patterson to accept the extension of the.
And you're approving the addendum that I handed out?
Yes.
Thank you.
Include the addendum.
Addendum number 1 to the contract for sale and purchase of Friends Bank. Motion is made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Oh, sorry. Well, you didn't vote to do it, so I guess you would vote to extend it, not. Exactly. Well, you could still give us the right to extend it. Well, it passes 6-1, nay, no, Ms. Dennis. Now, back to Ms. Post.
So now that we have that out of the way, but my reasoning was not necessarily to get the addendum information, but to clarify any misrepresentation made to the council from staff or any of that. So I just wanted to clarify that you researched the zoning, you researched all those various things. You talked with Daytona Beach previously?
Not until after you acted. I personally did not speak with them, and I called the city attorney the next day and set the meeting that we had on Monday.
And so we moved forward with the idea and with the understanding that the zoning was correct and did not find out till the day after or the day of, that later on, after our vote, that.
I can clarify that, Ms. Post.
That's what I'm wanting you to clarify, because
I talked to the manager. It was in the paper that morning. No one, I will tell you, myself included, I'm pretty good at anticipating these things. I never thought there could be any concern. I thought, as Mr. Kelly said, if anything, putting the parcels together creates a greater opportunity. It was in the paper, so I've been very busy before that. I called Jim and told him, and he said in the paper, he told me he thought it was a good idea and thought it was fine. It was only after you did that he called me to advise me, which I appreciate, to give me a heads up, that there may be a question about how we could use it as parking. In other words, it wasn't like we know it's wrong, it doesn't say, no, it does say parking. There was a question about how it would fit into our special use permit, right? Yes. And the other thing was, there was a question about how we could use it in terms of the static displays and or if we leased it to another vendor. So what I agreed to do, I told him I would look into it. He agreed that his staff would look at it. And we knew that we were not on an obligation to buy it. I wanted to make sure that if there was a problem, I never thought there could ever be a problem, because I would never be handed something that wasn't researched like that. And so what we thought we'd do is proceed. We did proceed with them. I think we can come to something that not only works well for us, but I think that now that we've talked to them, for example, I think we could give them an opportunity. They're talking about us letting them use it for public parking when it's not being used. So there could be a whole nother element here that helps everybody. And that's really where we are. I'm sorry if it came out the way it did. Be honest with you, I don't think anybody could have anticipated it was an issue. And in all fairness to Mr. Chisholm, he was just giving me a heads up, and he was, just saying his staff thought that there might be some issue. But when we talked and all thought that all we had to do was go over there and see them, but I always knew that we didn't have to buy it if we didn't work it out. And this extension today gives you that same comfort level.
Okay, I just wanted to clear up any misunderstanding for the record. The other thing I wanted to talk about is, again, for the record, I just want it to be noted that I've talked with staff about ensuring to, you know, I have all confidence in staff and the things that they've been doing. Anything that I ask for, I've been asking for a lot of things, and anything that I've been asking for, I've been getting almost immediately. So that's good. But the one thing I have asked is that, especially anything in District 4, and I'm assuming everyone else would be interested in this, but I have asked that if there is anything going on in District 4, rather than it being brought up just prior to the council meeting, if there's negotiations going on, if there's economic development stuff happening, if there's a leak, if there's anything going on. So, and just as an example, I don't want to get into it's not the matter of the legislation, but as an example. So if the county attorney has been directed to work on legislation to be proposed, I would like to know about that before it's given to us just before the meeting.
It should be on the agenda.
Right.
That's why I pushed for things to be on the agenda, and nothing should go on the agenda for things like that. That's going to be us voting on legislation.
I'm just saying. So I'm not talking about the specific legislation. I'm talking about the concept of just ensuring that I'm notified if there are things going on in District 4. If it's important enough for a director to know about, then in general, that I would like to be notified of those kinds of things.
You're talking day-to-day operations.
Yeah.
We don't get involved in day-to-day operations.
I think that would be impossible to do because there are things that are going on that none of us, but those that are in negotiations, should know about. There's things that I'm doing.
I'm not talking about
know
every tiny little thing and micromanaging in any way, shape. Well, let's not get into so I don't want to get into specific issues. Let's not get into the weeds. I'm just saying on a general basis, we're all smart enough to figure out that if something is of magnitude, I don't want to read about it in the paper is what I'm saying, and not know about something that's happened that's in my district.
But you got to remember that your district is everybody's district.
Yes, and I would hope you wouldn't want to just find out about something in the paper either, so that's why I brought it up.
Well, none of us want to have to read about things but you can't control the media. That's the third leg of this body. You can't control what?
Well, no, it's not about controlling the media. It's just ensuring that I'm notified of things that are occurring in the district.
Is there something that's happened that you've not been notified?
There's been a couple little things. I don't want to get into every single little issue.
But no, you have to. At this level, if you're asking council to join with you on a position, you have to give us exact. Because I agree with you. I think we should, but no, I absolutely agree. Council should know. But if there's an issue that's usually dealt with, like when I have issues, I deal with staff behind the scenes.
Right.
Or if it comes to the point that's an agenda item, you've heard me discuss it publicly, and that's the but if you have specific issues you need to share with council, just as when you hear me talk, I mean, it's very specific issues. So if you're going to go, if you want something done, you have to say that, but not to the point of slowing down day-to-day operations, because how many what do we have, 17, 18, 32,498 departments and or corporations within Volusia County government?
Right, and I'm not asking to be notified every time someone goes to the restroom in a different department, but...
No, but what I'm saying is it's not just that. It's our staff, I know, is so overextended right now with the economy improving, with everything going on, the projects, and I have to tell you, I apologized to Clay Irvin. Mr. Irvin, for an issue that was discussed very strongly behind the scenes in a council briefing, and it's going to be fixed. It's going to be fixed. My issue, without getting into those details, but it was a strong conversation with staff. But then last night, after meeting New Smyrna Beach and City Commission meeting, I had somebody else, community member, say, you know, I got to thank. Whoever has a phone, please turn the phone off or step out.
Marjorie.
She's trying.
Who has the phone? Marjorie, is that you?
She's trying to turn it off.
Put it in a bucket of water.
That'll turn it off.
Thank
There
you.
you go.
Thank you, thank you.
There you
But,
go.
but,
Continue.
but my point with Mr. Irvin was, and what came up last night in a discussion with some community leaders was, they were praising Mr. Irvin because you wouldn't believe what's been thrown at him and his department, and these, that I had no idea, that we have no idea, because it's what they do day in and day out. I don't need to know that. I don't want to know that.
No,
don't-
I absolutely
But what
agree.
I'm
And-
saying is there's a bigger picture here other than just events or single issues. So I'm saying you actually have to temper that, and I understand what you're saying, but you have to temper the request, and you're not gonna know everything. You're not.
And I absolutely agree. I'm not looking to get into the weeds, and I definitely know, because I've been talking to Clay quite a bit. He is a very busy man, and he handles a lot of issues. But
Well, not only that, but I mean, your statement was you wanted to know everything. I'm working on something in your district.
well, and I
that
think I've
you don't know
I
about.
think I've clarified that I don't need to know everything that's happening in the workings of the county government. But go ahead, George, please.
Way, and we've had some discussion and improving communications, and I think one of the things, one example is things that we would put out in the media. Say a water main break, boil water notice. You guys may receive phone calls about that beforehand. So, you know, as soon as we find that out and we're working on that, that's something that we would want to get out to you folks, so you guys get fielded phone calls. You know what's happening. Yes, I've been informed.
That's one of the examples that we
You know,
discussed.
yeah, that's
so.
what I think we're talking about. It's just things that would be of interest to your voters that would likely, or the people you're representing, that would likely call you on things and want to talk about. So we'll try, and I think we do a pretty good job today. But I know, you know, new people are trying to, you know, learn what the needs are of everybody, because there are different levels, but not in the day-to-day, but things that happen that really are going to be of general interest to your constituents, and that's what we really need to. We're working on.
Do you use Code Red, Reverse 911?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah, we have that. That's a good example. Something like that would happen. Occasionally, you know, we get things, a large event that maybe there'd be God forbid, something with a rail, an incident with a tanker turning over. It could require a small evacuation of an area. That would be stuff we would want to get, you know, as we're getting that out to the public, we would be getting that out just slightly ahead of that to you also, so that you know, like you said, as soon as that department head that's dealing with it would be finding out and has the facts. Now, sometimes I have to caution you, sometimes we do not want to put out things without having the full story, and that does take time to gather, especially in certain situations.
Well, social media sometimes gets some things out a lot faster than
Yeah, they do, and because you have people on scene of these things, they're posting things. But again, you know, we work with you on that, and then other large projects, things that, like you say, of general interest that, you know, when we're locating or a large road project or something that's going to affect your area, you know, I could see where there'd be
Company
more
opening
information
or-
that really would be required. So
those things have to be kept quiet.
Right.
Bringing in companies.
But you
Right,
know, part
no.
of this too, and I've thought about this before, when we do press releases, council should be automatically put on the distribution list. We're not.
Well, this,
I know.
we'll ensure
we're-
that. We'll make sure. I think
we're
we are,
not.
but we'll make
We're
sure.
not. We're not on the,
Okay.
we're on some of them, we're not on all of them, but that is a good point. I think we should be on all the distribution.
I'm just saying, when, if it's important enough for, major department heads, and I'm not talking about, the sub-departments, but if major department head is contacted about something major going on, then I would like to be notified as well. And Chair, you mentioned confidentiality, but, we're the highest representation in the county. If we can't be held to confidentiality,
We can't.
and then,
We cannot. We're public information.
well,
Anything we talk about
I
is
would,
public,
I would like
not
to,
private.
if we're buying things or if we're creating legislation or doing things like that, I would like to know about it before it actually is finalized, is all I'm saying.
But if we're
So-
buying it, not to be short, if we're buying it, we have to approve it. And we have to know about it before we approve it.
Here's the,
Directors, you understand what I'm saying, correct?
there is an issue.
We're good.
There is an issue that obviously we don't need to talk about it today, but you're going to have to deal with, and that is because I had an understanding from the previous council. This gets into the economic development stuff that I'm held in confidence for, that I represent, that you don't see until it comes before you to vote on it. And in a lot of cases, I cannot share that material because it would, that's how that works. Now, I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying we probably need to make sure that we're all on the same page about that, because it puts me out on a limb, is what it does.
I guess what I'm getting at is, and we're all learning and dealing with new people and the processes and everything, but I think it's just important to understand that we are in that realm, and I want to make sure it's understood that we're in that realm and not in this realm.
Which realm? We're not in the one that everything confidentiality have been shared. We can't be.
I understand that. I understand we're not going to be in
I'm
all the
sorry.
back rooms, or I understand we're not going to be in. I
can't
get
be.
that, Ed.
Right.
I get that.
What-
That's not what I'm asking. I'm simply asking to be in the loop on things that are common sense to be in the loop on. I don't want to find out
I think
about
we can
things.
work on that, and I'll tell you one other thing that Ms. Denny's actually identified several months ago that we've worked on. It you've only seen one iteration since you come on. Yeah, when we get it, see, one of the issues that we have is that a lot of our things go on over a long period of time. So take property. You mentioned buying property and things. A lot of these are part of master plans. Like the Ocean Center master plan, the airport master plans, they're in existence. So what's happening is staff is moving forward, carrying out these plans that were maybe voted on several councils ago. So what happens is that because it goes on over years and years, and I think what we have to do is be constantly updating on that through these
Remember us.
plans, and that's where you're going to get a lot of that information. So that gap that I think exists today is closing, because the more you're in it, the more you'll know more about it. And actually, I think the first meeting in April is the next plan update of the capital plan, and that starts answering those questions. Why are we buying that piece of property? Well, that's part of that project that was voted on before. Or why, Ms. Denny's mentioned earlier about projects, being careful. They have to be in our forecast and our plan to get even, very far. And I think we're going to have one or two on the next couple of meetings. You'll have a capital building. I think it's going to be put in maybe on solid waste. That's something that was approved way back. It's working its way forward. It's in the solid waste fund. It doesn't affect the general fund. Things like that I think, but to someone just coming in it, where did that come from? Well, it came from a while back. And we need to do a better job of briefing everyone on that. But it's so big that it just takes time for us to get with her. But I think that'll fill in some of the gaps also. There's a lot of stuff that you will have all that information. You will be armed with it as we're moving through these processes.
I think the majority of things that we want, we're going to get. For example, I would love to have known when they bought the place where the OP is.
For the what?
The Neptune, the approach, not the Neptune, the approach, when they bought the property there, the city of Ormond Beach would have loved to have known about it before it was bought. We didn't know about it. So they did it, but it would have been nice for us to have known.
Good
and
example.
It would have been nice for you, and you probably as a council member would have known. I know Doug did know on that, but we or at that time, members of the city didn't know about it. I think you should be included, as should
As a
we
council
all.
member, we
I
knew
think
about it.
any information that's shared with you
The council
should be shared with all of us.
All of us.
All of us, any
Well,
information.
and that's why I'm bringing this up, because I've already had my discussion. I think we're good. So
Okay.
I'm hopefully going to be getting the information that I'm wanting. So
Actually, the next,
I would like you to also
Right.
be as informed.
Well, anything you get, anything Pat gets, anything any
We all
other member gets, we all
You all
get.
get.
Right, okay.
If we
well, that's
have a
what I'm-
situation where that's happening that we're not,
Right,
then that's where it's time to take,
correct.
we might go on strike or something.
okay.
Yeah. The
Well,
next
that-
meeting,
That was why I brought
Mr.
it
Chair?
up, to ensure that everyone
Yes.
was on the same page.
the next meeting will probably be really good update, because Ms. Denny's had pointed out, and the council all decided to make this change, where we really did have a weakness because of the complex nature of our system. And so that update, which will be the first one since you've been on the council, we'll really spend some time on. You will see it's an enormous amount of information, and I think you'll find that it'll help, in addition to everything that we've been working on with you, I think that'll help a lot. And also for the other members.
them know more than we do, because the
sorry?
four of them, the four existing, before the three of us came on, they know things that are in the works or working that we didn't know.
I realize that, and you know, George and I have talked about that. I get it. I get the past. I'm just saying, from here forward, just remember that we're in that process, or we should be in that process, and that we exist.
I think we have.
And I think you do. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I have one more thing,
Sure.
or Chair. Okay. So I have been looking at the budget a little bit, and is Tim Bailey still in here? Okay, Tim. So I've been starting to look at the budget, and there's something that I came across, and I just wanted to make note of it, and hopefully it looks like the contract is through the end of this year, but I'm hoping that we can, or what I would like to request is that we look at this contract moving forward, and maybe see if perhaps we could make better use of taxpayer funds. The lead removal at the Strickland shooting range, which the Parks and Recs is in charge of. I asked.
Donna will answer.
I asked for, well, I've done my due diligence. I've asked for all the information from staff. So
Donna.
So I got all the information, but that's why I'm bringing it up, because I believe I do have all of the information, and I think that we can make better use and perhaps relook at this contract when it is up. And just a quick synopsis of what it is. It's the lead removal, the lead excavation, and the remounting of the berms on the range, on the ranges at Strickland Range. The contract, it's done twice a year. This also encompasses not only the lead excavation, removing the lead. So when you shoot, you remove the lead from the berms, and then you have to rebuild the berms to be used again. And so there's that aspect, and then there's also the brass removal from the range. So the spent brass is recycled typically. There are lots of people that will come and recycle that stuff. There are lots of people that will actually come and recycle that for free, because they take it and they recycle it, so they're making money off of it. And there's a huge disparity. There is another vendor who is a Volusia County vendor as well, working in Volusia County, that did the same work for $500 for the lead excavation and removal. And I'm looking at well, just for the year, $52,200.
Let me, if you don't mind me jumping in on a couple points here. What I think is important is a couple things. Number one, this is bid out. It has been over several cycles.
Right.
We're in the second year of a 3-year contract with this particular vendor, which is an environmental vendor. He was the lowest bidder. I believe we had 3 bidders on this particular proposal or bid at that point in time. That's the important thing. The second thing to understand is we have to be extremely sensitive because we have EPA requirements, and Mr. Bailey could probably go into more detail that we have to meet to make sure that when we extract that lead, and that we make sure we extract all of it out of that berm, because again, you don't want anything leaching into the groundwater.
Right,
So that's one of the reasons it's done twice a year. It's a big job because it's a big berm out there. I understand we have probably close to 40,000 visitors out to that range. In fact, I think we generate about a couple $100,000 a year in revenues just with fees. So it's an active range, an active park, so to speak, that we take care of. So one of the reasons we bid it out is because it's a job significantly bigger than what we can handle internally. I mean, these are big pieces of equipment that have to go out there to do that. It's not a guy going out there or 5 guys going out there with shovels digging out the bullets. It's not like that, because the whole thing has to be deconstructed so that you can get all of the material out and reconstructed. So it's quite a process to go through.
The
But if
difference
you've-
between that and another county range wouldn't we all be under the same guidelines?
Yeah, it all depends. Depends on the amount of money. If it depends on the organization, some cases we have allowed them because of history of, depends on how much their range is used. But here's the issue. We always like to look for things, I'm about as cost conscious as you can imagine. If we have somebody else that can do it better and cheaper, then we want to talk to them because obviously they didn't bid probably the last time. So if we think we like this, and I had other council members that discovered this, you see something, please, you brought it to our attention. What we'll do is we'll make sure that the person that's doing that work, maybe we could confer with them, and if they want to bid our work, and maybe they can do it a lot cheaper, a lot better. And that's really what I think you're trying to do, is try to save us money.
Well, I'm absolutely not laying any blame or
No,
saying that anybody hasn't done.
No, this
anything
happens.
they shouldn't do.
We
I'm just looking at it as.
No, you should.
We should reevaluate and look at it next time. But if there's another county, Volusia County range, that it seems to me they would be under the same guidelines, and that's why I'm.
They may not, or they may not be operating that way. We have to find out.
One thing that this particular range is real close to a city well. So, I mean, we're extremely sensitive about making sure we don't have a problem out there.
But I don't want to lose the main point. The main point is I want to always encourage council members, if they see something, you definitely should tell us if you see it, because quite frankly, we're a big organization. We can always do better. And that person, maybe they don't even know they can bid us. Maybe they got a better way of doing it.
That's all I'm asking. Is that
No, you
if
should.
Looked at when the new contract comes
Right,
up,
this
because I'm
is-
looking at
yeah.
like $200,000 as compared to like $12,000.
Yeah, see, that's an enormous difference. So
Yeah.
we'd want to know why. But anytime someone sees something, please tell us.
That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah. You have our word. We'll take a look at it.
Okay.
We'll talk to that vendor.
Okay.
We can have 188,000. Yeah, that's awesome. I never got down that far to look at that one.
So, and on that same note, and we can maybe talk about it later, but incentives for cost cutting, if our county employees find things like this that can save money within the county, it might be, I don't know if we want to look at that at all. I know Broward County does it, and I know the Marine Corps does it.
They've tried that here in the past, and I've been experienced with this in my past. Your problem is that not everybody is at the same advantage based on the type of job they have and being able to actually cut. I mean, important jobs may not have the same opportunity. What we're always looking for is efficiencies that allow people to get raises and keep their jobs, because that's a big part of it. We encourage people to do that. We've had a lot of people that have been very innovative, especially during the downturn, because every penny saved meant that people stayed in jobs and we didn't lay anybody off. My experience is that you may be able to do some of those things on a larger scale about a whole department, on whether you do a special event for them, but it's very difficult to ever get into an individual basis. It becomes very problematic.
I could see that. Just a suggestion, yeah.
Not a bad one.
Suggestion boxes.
And so the last thing I had was Happy St. Patrick's Day tomorrow, everyone. So.
That's it? Just a couple, and I'll try to make them as quick as possible. In the past 7 days, I've met with the county manager. I met with the county attorney. I met with Sheriff Chitwood. And actually, the county manager and the attorney are insisting that this go this way, that if there's any issue, and I talked to, I think I called him chief, now I didn't call him chief, Sheriff Chitwood. If there's issues that he's having and timely responses on any issue, anything that's not getting done, he calls me. I think it's incumbent on us as a council to make sure that our county attorney and our county...
So you want to be notified? I'm just saying.
That was it. I am going to be notified by the sheriff if there's issues that he feels he's not getting a timely response by our county manager and our county attorney. It's incumbent upon us to make sure that they are carrying out their duties. And they've agreed to it. The sheriff felt that that's a good idea. He said that he would call me. And I think that's going to help in healing the divide that we have. Because if I get a call from the sheriff and I notify all of you that our management or legal team is not responding to requests, we're all going to be taking that seriously. So I just wanted to let you know up front, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to get through this. I want to mend the fences. We're trying to build relationships with communities. We're trying to build relationships with everyone. So just to let you know.
Mr. Chair, if I can say, Dan and I both encourage you to do that. We think it'll be the right thing to do. And especially, we'll do our job, but if something happens and he feels that it falls between the cracks or where he's not getting the kind of response he should, that way we can make sure that doesn't fall between the cracks. If it comes to you, we'll make sure it's addressed.
Okay.
Has the sheriff agreed to this?
Yes. He's nodding affirmative. So let the record reflect that he's nodding in affirmative. I just wanted to reaffirm my support, and I think if we were in England somewhere, we'd be doing a vote of confidence. And I'm just asserting my confidence in our management team right now in what they're doing, and I think they're doing a good job. We all got criticized. Again, we all got thrown under the proverbial bus by media. So I think you're doing a great job, and I just hope the rest of the council feels the same way, that you're doing a good job. I do support you. Also, that if the information had been shared differently on us protecting our citizens' rights, our residents' right to vote, I would have voted the same way today that I would have voted or did vote on sending to try to strike from the bill to allow the state to control totally our residents' vote and let the vote of 66 counties control Volusia County's vote. And I hope all of you would feel the same way. You know more information, but my vote would be exactly the same. Because, first of all, we need to protect the voters' rights and to have them have the right to do the process. If they want to remove this, they now can have that right to choose to where they will get the vote. Home rule. Home rule. Basic home rule. Here's one that I've been thinking about and would like to present, that I think for the efficiency of the meetings, I would like to suggest if we could adjust our start time to 10 o'clock, 9:30 for public, 10 o'clock to begin the meeting. That would give us time to do what we could have done like today, basically. Then if we need to break for lunch, we can break for lunch. If we see that the agenda needs to continue on like it is like right now, and today, every meeting, we're not going to have chickens and ducks and things. I bet that was close to an hour on those two items and the board appointments. So when you look at that, if we could do that, it would also allow the public time to be able to get here at 9:30. It would allow us time to get here at 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock. And I'd like to throw that out as a proposal to evaluate and see if we can do that. And if it doesn't work for any of us, I would adjust that we could go backward to see we could go back into it 30 minutes to still allow Mr. Deneen.
If I could add something to that, Mr. Chair. Number one, I think if we adjust the time, and you can decide when, I think one, because we do that, I think there's a real good reason why you do those comments before the start of the meeting. This gives people more opportunity if they have to take a bus or whatever to get here. Number two, this happens especially to my side of the organization, but to all of you. If it's council day, there's a lot of times when somebody realizes I want to talk to you before that. They know it's the real day. And it seems like the first thing in the morning on council meetings, I get bombarded, and I'm sure a lot of you do too. That would give us a few seconds, a few minutes with the chair to make some adjustments if we have to. And sometimes legally too. Even today, there was a last minute thing. Well, if we had that little bit of time, the other thing is, I think that if we move back a little bit, I think that also it allows me to anticipate that there will be lunch either after that we're done, or if you decide to break. So most people can plan that they're going to go to lunch. So I just want to say I think it would work better on the administrative side too.
Can I get
I would just like to say that.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, you want to move the meetings to have public participation to begin at 9 o'clock?
9:30.
9:30.
Instead of 8:30.
The meeting would start at 10.
We start at 10 instead of 9, the official meeting.
I want you to know I don't want that. Okay. I do not. I think that 9 o'clock would be plenty of time for us to begin our meetings so that we can get done in. I mean, why start in the middle of 2 hours before lunchtime when you could start 3 hours before?
Yeah.
And if you do the business of the people, we can be done in 3 hours.
And I think that if we start at 10, we'll be done by 1. Mr. Lowry?
Oh, you do?
Yes, ma'am. We're not going to have
I can
chickens
go with,
and ducks.
I can go with that,
Move
but
in much
I
faster.
just don't want to have to, it gives you, I'd rather have more flexibility in the morning than have to go late in the evening, in the afternoon.
Well, I'm not for going late in the evening, but I'm prepared. This is a day that I've dedicated to do this part of it. The other 6 days, I do something else with this, as we all do.
Yeah, we all, we all have
I'll be out tonight till 8 o'clock.
Well, that's
We
the
all
price
the
you
same.
paid, Mr. Chair, for being the chair.
I know. We get that big paycheck.
But if you think that you can, if you start at 10, you'll be done by 1, that's up to you. But I certainly don't want to have to be here late in the morning and stay.
No.
If we have a meeting, now, don't sabotage the meeting. Okay?
Yeah.
I
I promise I won't do that.
I know you won't do that. If everyone would not sabotage, then I think that we can be. Jacksonville has 21 members of their council, and they're done in 2.5 hours for every meeting.
Jesus.
And I know it's different.
Maybe they don't have as much business as we do.
They don't have the business. we do.
They don't do much
And
important
they
stuff.
don't do the job that we do.
And
They
that
don't
may-
have chickens.
Dr. Lowry, Fred.
Well, I kind of agree with Ms. Cusack on that. To me, I mean, we started at 9 and it's 1 now, and we're still not quite done. So I'm not sure how we're going to start at 10 and get done at 1. I'm here for the
Thank
day.
you.
I'm elected. I'm here for the day, whatever we need to do. But if I don't have to stay through lunch and come back at 2, and I could have gone home, there's things I could do at home. I guess that's my thinking.
That's where I am.
I guess I'm willing to give it a try, but I don't see how. I know the last several meetings we've started at 9 and we've gone till past
give it a
1. I don't know
try.
how we're
Always
going to
change.
We've gone to 11:30, 2 of them.
Yeah. So anyway,
I'm asking you to give it a chance. If it doesn't
I'll give it a
work,
try.
give it a chance for a couple of meetings.
If it don't work, we'll
doesn't
switch.
work, I'm willing to switch. Ms. Post.
I don't care when we start or end. We can get the job done, I think. So I'm
Okay.
okay with that. The only thing I would ask is, and I'm just going to say for the record, if we could take a restroom break at some point during our meetings, that would be fantastic.
We do every time.
Or
We
well,
need-
it's
we
usually
need to
right
take a
after
few
I
extra.
can finally break down and take one. But
Yeah, we need to do a few extra.
lunch. Sometimes I'm, when we go to 2, I'm ready to gnaw my own arm off. So
And that's the point, is that we can do that.
it's hard to quietly eat a protein bar on the day.
Well, that's why I sneak back and grab my peanut butter and honey at 10 usually. But Too much information. And then so if you'd have to prepare an adjustment to to everything, and whenever you feel that you can comfortably start whatever meeting.
Let me talk to Dan. We'll try it. You can always change if you have to. I do think that there's some advantages we may end up liking. I happen to agree with Ms. Post. I think we need to think more about, we sort of take these restroom breaks awful random, and maybe we ought to take them a little more often, especially if we drink a lot of coffee. That'd be up to you, Mr. Chair.
Anytime anybody, all you have to do is raise your cup. You don't have to just raise your hand or anything you need to do, because I'm going to be one of the ones that's back there as well, getting in line.
Mr. Chair, we'll get back to you on whether it's the next meeting or the meeting after.
Okay.
Okay?
And then one last one, and this is just for clarification. I know last night Ms. Post was appointed or sworn in or appointed to a board. It read in the paper that you were appointed to the Daytona Commission Board.
So I would love to clarify this.
That's just what we read, and if you are as an individual, that's fine. But if we participate as a county in that group, it could create a sunshine issue if their meetings are not advertised, and it also creates the illusion of any one of us that serve on a board as being the county representative. And I'm sure that you made it clear, although others have told me that they weren't clear, that you weren't the county representative. But I think we need to clear that up for all of us to know, because I wouldn't go out and any board I would serve on, any speak I make, I would say, I'm speaking as Ed Kelly, not as the chair. We can say that all we want to. It really doesn't sometimes make sense. They don't pick it up that way.
So I would love to clarify that, actually. And,
So
and I was
not on the board.
wondering if you were going to bring this up, because of the Sunshine Law, I can't talk to you, so I can't find out if what you're doing. So I've been hearing that you were going to appoint someone, or that you wanted, other people wanted to be on it, or all these different things. And so I don't know what's happening on that end, but let me just say
I don't either.
From my side, I'll tell you where I stand on it. My side, I have been meeting with all of the different groups, with the coalition, and Faith.
I've met with 8.
Right,
different
right.
ones.
Just like everyone else has been meeting on with these different groups on the homeless. I have been meeting with all these different groups. What I have said when I've met with every single one of these groups is the fact that I'm meeting with you does not mean that I'm automatically in agreement with everything that's being talked about. What it means is that I'm here wanting to be part of the discussion, and to me it makes sense to be part of the discussion. The point that I keep trying to hit home with all of these different groups is I think it's important to be part of the discussion now, instead of these different groups making up their decisions and coming to us, and then with things that we're not going to be in favor of in any way, shape, or that I know I wouldn't be in favor of, and just being part of the discussion. We're all discussing it.
Oh.
So that's what I've been doing. There has been mention to put someone on that board, and I have heard over and over and over that Ed Kelly is going to appoint someone to that board, or he needs to be asked to appoint someone to that board. And I have said I don't know what's happening with that.
Okay.
It's my understanding, and I was told that First Step was going to go in front of the Daytona Beach City Commission and ask for someone to be on the board. They were going to suggest me, since I've been coming to all those meetings. And from what my understanding is that they did not need Daytona Beach's permission, because it's a nonprofit group. They just wanted to, I guess, as part of the, they didn't need their permission to put anyone on the board. They just wanted to say, look, we would like to put someone on the board and get their approval. And I even told someone last night that called, just the fact that they agreed that anyone could be appointed on the board does not mean that I'm on the board, and that it would need to be brought up, and someone from the county would need to be appointed to the board. And I have heard them say continuously that was, I don't need to be on the board. If anybody else wants to be on a board, they can be on the board.
Can I make a comment here? Can I make a
I
comment?
my thing is, I just wanted us to be, I want to be involved in the process. I don't need to be on anybody's board.
Let me make a comment here. Remember when you were asking staff that you wanted to be informed of everything going on in your district?
Yes.
Well, that kind of cuts two ways. I was waiting on you at your time actually to bring this up, but we waited for the chair to bring the issue up. Because what's happened is, with you on this board and the way that it has happened, it's an
But I'm not on the
implied-
board.
It's an implied. Oh, read the media. Oh, yes, it's very well played out. So it's considered implied consent. There is protocol. I mean, if you want to serve as an individual member, that's great. We all do that. We're all on boards. We're all on boards. But I was really hoping, Councilwoman Post, that you would have brought it up, because I'm getting a lot of calls and concerns because this council has not agreed to any homeless program for anybody. In fact, with the city of Daytona, and I'm sure you're aware of what's been in the media, this council has said, bring us a contract. So we have had a hands-off approach. Well, we all listen, we all go to meetings, as we should, and we'll continue to do so. There's one thing about attending a meeting, there's another thing about implied consent, and that's my concern, that this council is now in the position, well, we have a county council member on the board, and it could be perceived as implied consent. So,
Well, I even spoke to people last night from Daytona and said this would need to be brought up and come before the council for anyone to be on the board.
You didn't do that.
And to be honest with you, I got the advice of someone on the way here who used to be on the council, and I
They said not to.
and so you'll have to bear with me because I've never been on
But
a
this is your council.
county
I don't
council
care who was here
before.
before. This is we're your colleagues.
I just thought that you were going to bring it up, and that's where I was at.
Well,
So,
I would like to just add in to this, Mr. Chair. You know, I think it's a little bit, again, it's protocol. And I was also asked to, I've not only just gone to their meetings, I've been heavily involved in the homeless for 5 years. As the Volusia League president, I brought it and addressed it to the entire 16 cities. So I have been working nonstop on homeless issues. I was asked to be on that also, and I turned it down because this hadn't been discussed with my council. I would not have asked to have been on a board like that without asking everybody's input on it. And I think that's it.
Well,
Ms.
I
Post,
did
that,
not ask
that, you know, we can't,
be on it.
certain areas we shouldn't probably self-appoint ourselves, or, you know, and I know we're all willing and we all want to serve, and we can certainly, you know, be there as a vested person that's interested, but we don't, you know, ask to be, in my opinion, I don't ask to be on something that's something that we may vote on, or ask to be on a board that I haven't discussed it with my council.
Well, and I can tell you, honestly, I have not asked to be on the board. So.
Well, it just goes back to what they're saying. And originally, when they came out with it, the board members, and this is what people are going to remember reading, are those who are participating with the 501, with First Step. Ormond Beach
When
is a
I show
member.
up, I'm in public participation. I'm not sitting at the board table as part of the board. I'm in the audience.
I don't think there's anybody up here that says anything about any of us going to. I've been to all 8 groups.
Right.
I've been working on this hard for 4.5 years. I've met with the elected people of other cities, trying to gain support on that. So there's nobody that's against going to meetings, but when you hear that you are appointed to the board, as it's pointed out, I think all of us understand it's applied consent, and it's applied that you are representing the county. If you sit in a meeting or you attend a meeting, we all have met with them. That you may miss the same one I'm going to miss, the faith group on the 27th. I'm not going to be attending that. I would be and I wouldn't be speaking at that. I've talked to them at ad litem. I've talked to the 3 wise guys plus 1. I've talked with all 8. There's 8 different groups out there, and we all have been attending meetings.
Right.
But I would never want to be serving on that board, even as an individual, just for the implied consent that we are part of it. If we make a commitment to be part of the board, then I think at that time we should appoint someone should volunteer to serve. And all of us should be
I'm
gathering.
absolutely in agreement with you.
Okay.
And I'm absolutely in agreement with you.
But, I mean, are you on the board now as an individual?
I am not on the board. That's
Well, we need to
that's
call
my
it.
point.
The
bottom line is, and I've told many people, and I even just spoke with, and I'll tell you who I spoke with last night, Jim at the chamber, at the Daytona Chamber, because we had this GM. We had this discussion. Was I cannot be on the board without being appointed by the council. So any decisions that First Steps makes or Daytona Beach City Commission makes, I cannot. I've told that to many people. I cannot be on the board until we're appointed, till the county council makes a decision and does it.
Okay.
I don't read.
Social media and everything else is
I guess.
I'll tell you about that, and I
I
didn't
guess
see
where
the
the
article,
concern,
but
yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
go ahead.
I guess where the concern comes in, because as the newspaper article states, and I'm just looking at it, the city commission also agreed to appoint Volusia County Councilwoman Heather Post to First Step Shelters Board of Directors. And it's because you expressed your support for the initiative a week ago during the first meeting of the Volusia Criminal Justice Homeless Advisory Task Force. So it kind of implies that.
My understanding of that was that it was agreed to ask to have someone appointed,
But they've asked 3 of us to be on.
but to ask someone to be appointed.
They've asked 3 of us to serve. I turned it down for the same reason that we're talking right now. Ms. Wheeler turned it down for the same reason. We all have talked to them. We've all met with them, but we all turned down serving on that board for the same reason that it would imply the consent, even if you did it as an individual.
Right.
It implies that you still are a council person, and those are things that we have to, the standard that we're held at is different, as you understand now that's the way it is. So anywhere you're speaking, and I've done this for most of these people have done it too. When you address people, if you're speaking individually and you tell them you are, it doesn't make any difference.
But my bottom line has been all along that I'm not on it until if or when it is brought to the council and someone or no one is appointed and that decision is made.
Right, and I guess
That's where I stand. So if anyone thinks any different, that is what I have been saying over and over and over to everyone.
Well, I guess the Daytona Beach Commission did not appoint you to the board last night.
They can't appoint me to the board. They gave First Step permission to then come and say, can we get someone appointed to the board from the county?
Okay.
But
that's
you're missing. We're in
there.
semantics here. The bottom. Here's the bottom line. We're going to go round and round. Here's the bottom line. This council's not taking a position on any project, and I think to add implied consent of any council member to any project before it comes before council, either way you cut it is not where this council's going. We have a collegial body, and we have a responsibility to each other in where this council goes, where the majority of the council goes. And I think what you're hearing, in all due respect, is from your council that this council has not taken a position. And council, am I wrong that we choose not to be involved or should be appointed to a board or be engaged in a project we've not made a decision on? I mean, that's where I am, very genuinely.
And I'm fully in agreement that no decisions have been made. I'm just looking to get all of the information to make the best decision when the council is ready to make a decision.
And we're better off getting that information that way than in a 5-minute presentation.
And so if
And
this
we
is
all
the
agree.
council making a decision that no one will be appointed to a board, then fantastic.
I think we're better off until we are a part of, because of the perception or reality that they were going to appoint, or someone could serve. And after Ormond Beach made the commitment, which I urged them to make a commitment, they appointed Mayor Partington. After South Daytona appointed their mayor, was after they made a commitment financially to serve. So that's what we're judging it by. It's not you personally or individually. It's what they have set up as their guidelines of who they were going to have.
I totally get that. I totally get it.
So
yeah.
if I think what at least 4 or 5 or 6 of us are saying, Ms. Cusack, are you okay? I think we're all saying, but some of us are getting hungry. And we may have to cut out the remarks of the other 3. 2 other little quick points. One thing that was left off of the events and social events coming up is our daughter's getting married on the 26th. So
Congratulations.
next week, if you want to try to find me, I've got friends coming in from all over the country.
Yeah.
And high places and low places and lots of faces. In fact, they did that song, didn't they?
Yeah.
And the other thing is we have the state of the county, and am happy to say that all but 2 of the cities have a sponsor, and we'll be there. We're gaining the cooperation, and we're Oak Hill.
It's got to be someone's city. Right?
Oak Hill, I can understand. I'm sure it's a budgetary issue with
Oh, okay.
And Holly Hill. Oh, okay. And did you call him yet? Okay.
Sponsoring or just showing up?
Well, hopefully they'll show up. But we only asked for $250 for them to sponsor, to be listed, and we're on the program. All the city logos are going to be surrounding Volusia County. So it's just trying to work together, and I think that's one of the talk to anybody. I know you've got Holly Hill, and because he was going to call Joe Forte, and
Mr. Kelly will follow up.
Okay.
The manager will follow up with both cities
Yes.
too. So
moving right along. Any comments from the attorney?
Yes, sir.
Well, then I'll go back to the manager. Either one. Sorry. You have a comment. Yes, sir.
Well, I just wanted to clarify the earlier discussion. I'll be happy to work with Mr. Peister, the CFO, regarding the travel issue. But in the meantime, I wanted to, I did not understand, I want to make sure one way or the other, because the context arose in the conference, before we bring back those guidelines, the legislative session is ongoing. So I want to be clear that, or not, that your members are, I want to be sure that you are authorized to go to represent the county where committee meetings were requested or the like, or not. I want to be.
I think we should. I just don't think we should individually take off for a committee meeting, even if you just let somebody know, wouldn't you think, or not? The rest of you.
Well, if you want to say that notifying the manager in advance, but if in fact there's quite a number of issues,
Well, there's
the
some
preemption
committee
bill,
meetings
and
that somebody needs to be there to give our opinion, I'm guessing, too.
And sometimes these things happen so fast, you don't have time to try to
Well, let's leave that
get a
then open.
consensus. I mean, if you
Leave that
gotta go,
open.
you gotta go. Because if you don't get there, you'll miss out.
Well, let's leave it open then on the, how about this? We leave it open for the legislative session, that if someone feels they need to attend a committee hearing on an item, which we've got a bunch of those
or to
coming
consult
up.
with the legislative member, meet with
Yes.
legislative member. But for legislative travel, I would like it clear that you're authorizing that, or
Yeah.
And
We're
Mr.
authorizing that right now, carte blanche.
And Mr. Chair, if they would just let my office know, then I'll cover them. Then I know it's, all they have to do is just say that so that I know who's going. That's all.
Because you're right, I mean, you know how, both you and Mr. Patterson know how those committees work.
Very quickly.
So to let you know specifically, county manager?
Yes, so that just to let me know, so that way you're covered liability-wise, everything, and we can pay all your bills.
Right. And
that was it.
that it?
Yes, sir. I just was,
Good.
I was uncertain how we left the earlier conversation, and I wanted to have clarity on that.
No comments.
Good. It's 3 o'clock. No.
It's not 3 o'clock. It's 1:20. We're going to lunch.
It's it's not 3 o'clock. It's 1:26. This
It's
is
3 o'clock and you want to start when?
If there are no more comments, Meeting's adjourned.
Mr. Chair, all those who want to go to lunch, let us know. We'll all go together.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.